आपकी उंगली पे लगे
जी सर।
हैं?
जी सर।
तो लेकिन आप पहला तो नहीं डाल पाए,
नहीं पाए सर।
थोड़ी निराशा हुई?
नहीं सर, ठीक है सर।
ठीक है, ये लोग बहुत देर से आए हुए ना?
हम 5 बजे इली से।
आप 5 बजे आ गए?
हम सेशन करीलू। हम लोग आए थे 6 बजे सर जी।
अच्छा, ये जो नक्सली कहते हैं कि वोट मत डालो, उसका आपको क्या असर पड़ता है? कोई असर नहीं पड़ता। तो मतलब वोट डालना तो आपका अधिकार है।
अधिकार है, हम सब वोट डालते भी थे। जी सर, हम वोट देंगे, है ना? हम जी को मतलब मालूम है, सिर्फ पूरा देंगे।
You can see they know it's their right to vote, and despite boycott call from Naxals, they are ready. They are using their right to vote.
Absolutely, Manoj. We'll keep coming back to you. Thank you for getting us those lovely visuals this morning. And it's a heartening story of how people have been in the queue since 5 a.m. this morning to cast their ballot, to exercise their right, a right which is so fundamental to democracy. And it's in, this is the right which is going to restore more law and order, peace and security in the state of Chhattisgarh, especially in the Naxal-infested areas. Arunima, coming back to you, looking at the demographics of it, the female voters, at least in this phase, roughly about 40,078 voters, and 20,000, about 20,84,000 are female voters here out of the 40 lakhs that I just said. And this points out why the number of schemes have been so much targeted towards women. This has been a trend in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh.
Yes, for the rest of Chhattisgarh, I think the comparison with Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh or urban pockets would stand. There are a total of 90 seats, 70 seats would vote in the second phase. In this phase, there are 20 seats and 12 of them are in Bastar. And in some ways, Bastar is like the bellwether seats, because what Bastar says, turns out to have a huge influence on how the rest of the state votes in phase 2. That's been the trend year after year. And therefore, Bastar's issues are more typical to this area. When I have been going around speaking to people here about how they will decide who to vote for, forget the male-women differentiation. In large parts of India, you would see the women are really told by the male members of the family who to vote for. But here, the people here were telling me that the decision is taken at the panchayat level. There is a sarpanch who gets together all these people and tells them that this is the person you should vote for. So women in that sense in Bastar are not that liberated that they can make up their mind on their own. But the very fact that they are coming out and standing in that queue is a liberating experience itself. The vote itself, forget the choice of candidate, forget the choice of issue, the vote itself makes a huge political statement, because in these 12 seats there is constant threat to life. For you and me, when we vote, it's about getting up early, letting go of our sleep, or finalizing our household chores to decide what the issue is. Here the matter is of life and death, and therefore the fact that these people are queuing up early in the morning, deciding to defy the Naxal ban, Naxal diktat. And in Bijapur, for example, I told you that in Sukma and Bijapur, these are two areas where the Naxal presence is maximum at the moment. In Bijapur, regularly in the last fortnight, you've seen pamphlets have been thrown on the roads inside villages from CPI Maoists telling polling officials, don't risk your life, don't come here, we will not allow voting to happen. So that is the backdrop in which you're seeing the villagers queue up, defying the diktat from CPI Maoists, standing up for democracy.
Absolutely. More than 600 polling booths in sensitive areas in the Naxal-hit Bastar division will be under 3-layered security. Around 60,000 security personnel who have been deployed, including CAPF, the state police, the elite anti-Naxal unit Cobra, and women commandos who are part of that entire security apparatus that has been put in place. Some latest news coming in. Prime Minister Modi has tweeted and he has said that today is the sacred festival of democracy in Chhattisgarh. I request all the voters of the first phase assembly elections to cast their vote and become participants of this big festival. On this occasion, my special congratulations to all the young friends of the state who voted for the first time. Chhattisgarh is a state which has a lot of first-time voters between the age group of 18 to 21, and these voters are going to be very important for any region, including the 20 seats which are polling today. That's the word really coming in. The Prime Minister putting out that message. Arunima, talking about the message of the Prime Minister and the kind of pitch that BJP has made in the state. Last time, this particular region was swept by the Congress party, barring an exception.
Yes, all these seats in Bastar, 12 here and 8 in Rajnandgaon area. So a total of 20. Out of these 20, only one seat went to BJP, which is the Rajnandgaon seat, which was taken by Chief Minister Raman Singh. He has remained undefeated from that constituency ever since Chhattisgarh has been carved out of Madhya Pradesh. By-elections, initially when elections happened here, 17 out of the 20 went to Congress. In Dantewada, for example, by-elections were triggered because the BJP local candidate, MLA there, he was killed by naxals as well, necessitating a by-election. And there, Mahendra Karma, the name could ring a bell with our voters. Mahendra Karma was one of the Congress leaders who was blown to pieces when the Darbar Ghati attack happened, where the entire state Congress leadership ahead of elections was wiped clean. So Mahendra Karma's wife then won the election, and that by-poll also ensured that Congress had a clean sweep here in Bastar. Bhupesh Baghel, he's spoken to me more than once, and he's confident. He says we will repeat that performance. BJP says that will not happen. In Dantewada, the seat has become very interesting. In Konta also, Kawasi Lakhma, another one of those Congress leaders who was travelling when the Darbar Ghati massacre happened. He was one of the survivors of the Darbar Ghati. Konta has been his bastion. This time, Manish Kunjam from CPI is threatening his dominance in Konta. So there are pockets in Bastar where Congress has to watch closely whether it will manage to retain the dominance that it had last elections. But Bhupesh Baghel is confident of repeating the performance. BJP on its part says that the fact that they have also matched the paddy procurement promise. Paddy is the big issue here. 3,100 per quintal and procurement is the promise by BJP. 3,200 per quintal is the procurement promise for the Congress. Ultimately, it is the procurement price of paddy and the direct benefit transfers that are being promised by both sides. That will be a clincher as far as decisions by the locals here are concerned.
All right, as many as 1.6 lakh people are the first-time voters aged between 18 and 19 years, and these first-time voters in various states hold a lot of significance. Those were the key contests that Arunima was talking about, and the key thing to watch out for is that will the Congress party be able to retain the dominance that it has maintained in this region? The way Bastar votes has the sway for the rest of the state as well, the majority of the state, 20 seats right now out of the 90-seat assembly in the state of Chhattisgarh. Arunima, the key issues that have dominated this Naxal-infested region, of course, the internal security remains the prime concern, but providing basic means like good education, schools, hospital, that has been the challenge for the state government.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Anusha, you have to come here to realize that, what is it that we are talking about? When we talk about election issues, our issues of urban India are very different from the issues that, Bastar is facing. Their issues are as basic as getting electricity. I visited Retampura, which is on the Sukma-Dantewada border. Retampura has not seen electricity for 75 years. Since independence, they've never seen a bulb glow in their village. They've never seen an electricity booth because the younger generation is more aspirational. They want to use mobile phones, so they have come up with these inverter battery mechanisms, which is in one or two houses of Retampura, and they connect that to charge their mobiles. Even in rains, that becomes dysfunctional. So they walk for kilometers to the nearest village to get their mobile recharged. That is the kind of issue that we're talking about. Electricity, to see a bulb in their village. In another village in Debakonta, when I went there, this is in the heart of Naxal territory inside Sukma. Debakonta, there is a school that has come up for the first time, and what does that school really look like? It has a tin roof and it has twigs from nearby branches that have been put together in a square, and the teacher at least comes there to teach these primary school students. The teacher himself told me that he was very scared when he was posted here because he had to travel 30 kilometers on bike on a road, and this is the same road that has just been blasted off from an IED. That is the road that he has to take. So every day it's a matter of life and death for these people. Their issues, I think us who come from urban India can't even fathom till we come here. So that's why I said, when they take that decision to reach the polling booth, they have made made a huge political statement.
They have made a huge political statement, and huge parts of the country that have got that level of education, access, means, the basic avenues to have a good life as a citizen cannot even imagine what it is in certain parts of Chhattisgarh, only because there is a naxal threat and development is not able to reach those regions. Whether it's basic electricity, healthcare, education, all of that are yet to reach to a substantial chunk of population in the state of Chhattisgarh in various districts which are polling today. So it's a huge political statement, a matter of life and death, and not a matter of sheer convenience or inconvenience. But the key issues that matter. What is it that has dominated the discourse? Number one, the coal mining, which has been alleged by the BJP, is something allegedly that the government is hand in gloves with certain corporations. Mahadev app and the liquor trade scam is something that has been spoken of. The allegation has been that Chief Minister is allegedly getting some kickbacks. Congress and the Chief Minister has denied these allegations. The Congress claims that BJP kept the state marginalized. When Madhya Pradesh was divided into two, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, development was one of the key things. And BJP could not deliver on the promises. That is why Congress came to power. That's what Congress says. Baghel promoted regional festivals, sports and culture, and that is the region that there is a very strong nationalistic tribal identity that has come out. Several instances of clashes over religious conversions. It is argued that various missionaries are given a free run in Chhattisgarh, and the Congress party and Bhupesh Baghel government has not taken proper action on this matter. Baghel government has not fulfilled its key poll promise of complete ban on liquor, which is a precedent in some states like Gujarat for that matter, but it does not happen in Chhattisgarh. It's a difficult decision to take for any government because there's an excise duty and an earning that is involved. Regularization of service of contract employees 2018 poll promises has not been fulfilled. Job remains a major issue, and because it's a tribal state, largely an agricultural, agrarian economy, then the government jobs become very, very important. Infrastructure creation, of course, that was one big issue on which the state was created roughly 2 to 3 decades ago. And BJP alleges that there is no proper infrastructure development that has happened in the last 5 years. Mr. Bhupesh Baghel and the Congress party claims that when it comes to key townships, new projects, hydroelectricity, power stations, all of these pieces of infrastructure are being created. The battle of Chhattisgarh, how Bastar votes, how these 20 seats vote is going to be very, very critical for the state of Chhattisgarh. It's going to set the sway and the narrative in a certain way. And we're going to keep a close eye on this election and, of course, the election in the Northeast as well in Mizoram. For now, we're stepping into a very short break. Stay tuned. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2023, and the nominees for the entertainment category are Shah Rukh Khan, Mani Ratnam, Sunny Deol, Deepika Padukone, Manoj Bajpayee. Vote now on www.indianoftheyear.com and choose the Indians conquering the world.
By the Delhi government to make sure that the pollutants that are on the road, the dust particles that are on the road, they stay down and they do not get up in the air, which would eventually mean that the AQI will get even worse. But yes, steps like these can only be seen like a drop in the ocean, because yes, the AQI in the national capital is continuously deteriorating. For the past 4 days, the people of Delhi are being forced to breathe in this toxic air, whereas very little to no work has been done to improve the AQI out here in the national capital. But yes, one thing has remained constant over the past 1 decade, that is politics around the pollution levels out here in the national capital. Be it the Delhi government or be it the central government, we have seen the constant blaming of each other for this deteriorating air quality in the national capital. But yes, there is very little to no result that has been seen that could have improved the AQI out here in the national capital. Now what remains to be seen that today is day 4 that Delhi continues to breathe in severe air quality, and it is expected that over the next few days the AQI will remain in the severe category itself because of the weather and wind conditions. Will our governments finally get their acts together and put in a policy that would make sure that the AQI in the national capital that turns the Delhi NCR region into a gas chamber year in and year out, that could be improved for once and for all.
बोल रहे हैं 900 से ऊपर चला गया। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि ये पराली का जो प्रॉब्लम है ये हर साल का प्रॉब्लम है, स्पेसिफिक इसी टाइम पे क्यों होता है। ब्लेम गेम चल रहा है कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट बोलती है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बोलती है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट। बोल रहे हैं 900 से ऊपर चला गया। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि ये पराली का जो प्रॉब्लम है ये हर साल का प्रॉब्लम है, स्पेसिफिक इसी टाइम पे क्यों होता है। और यहाँ पे इतनी हालत ख़राब है। मैं जोधपुर में था 15 दिन, वहाँ जोधपुर में तो आसमान में आप तारे गिन लो, उत्तराखंड में चले जाओ वहाँ तारे गिन लो। तो गवर्नमेंट को कुछ करना चाहिए। ब्लेम गेम चल रहा है कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट बोलती है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बोलती है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट, और 500 किलोमीटर की रेंज भी नहीं है। हरियाणा और पंजाब तो कोई एक ही, अगर देखा जाए जोग्राफिकली कोई बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस नहीं है। तो कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए। खाली मुझे नहीं लगता कि खाली पराली का ही कारण है, और भी बहुत सारे कारण हैं। तो कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए, क्योंकि दिल्ली में रहना मतलब ये है, अगर आप दिल्ली में रह रहे हो तो अपनी लाइफ जो है आप 5-7 साल डेफिनेटली कम कर रहे हो कंपेयर टू अदर प्लेस जहाँ पे ये सब स्थिति नहीं है। तो स्थिति बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। कुछ ना कुछ ज़रूर होना चाहिए, मुझे लगता है।
Stage 4 of the Graded Response Action Plan has been implemented out here in the national capital, which means that vehicles coming from outside the borders of the national capital, they would be checked and stopped, and only those vehicles that are carrying essential commodities or are operating or CNG or on electronic mode will be allowed to enter the national capital. Currently I am reporting from one such border of the NCR region. This road connects Ghazipur, Uttar Pradesh straight towards the national capital. If I could just move out of the frame and try and show you in the visuals over here, that none of the vehicles, absolutely no vehicles that are crossing this.
Welcome back, and we talk about the elections in the northeastern state of Mizoram. The state is going to vote in a single phase, and it's going to be an important battle to watch out for. The elections for 40 seats in Manipur, that's underway. The polling is underway. Congress has announced the candidates for about 19 of the 14 constituencies in the state. More than 8 lakh voters will decide the fate of about 174 candidates. Security has been beefed up across the state, and international borders with Bangladesh and Myanmar have been sealed before the polls. No law and order problems were reported so far. Mizoram, in a month-long campaign period, has seen multiple issues that has come out. Different political parties are trying their luck, including the Aam Aadmi Party. At least 3,000 police personnel personnel, 5,400 personnel of the CAPF have been deployed for the polling. BJP leaders like Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari, Mr. Kiran Rijiju visited the state and campaigned for the BJP, the ruling party. The Mizo National Front, MNF, had campaigned in full swing on issues like refugees and infrastructure development. Let's cut across to some latest news coming in. Prime Minister has put out a tweet and a message for the northeastern state of Mizoram, and he has said that he calls upon the people of Mizoram to vote in record numbers. I particularly urge the young and first-time voters to exercise their franchisee and strengthen the festival of democracy. That's the word coming in from the Prime Minister, who has asked people to come out and vote in big numbers, cast their ballot, cast their vote and exercise their right of democracy. Kamalika with us on the broadcast. Kamalika, important, interesting election to watch out for. MNF has fought very hard. They've campaigned very hard to retain power.
Yeah, definitely. And MNF the dominating power last time. That means for the last 10 years. And they are dominant there. But ZPM is also doing well, another regional party there. Congress, though tried, Rahul Gandhi himself was there in the campaign. But Congress was strong at a point of time, but not now. How they do, that is to be seen. Obviously, BJP, last time they got one seat, they supported the MNF. MNF is also part of NDA, but not, the alliance is not there in the polls right now.
Yeah.
What happens after the polls, that has to be seen. On the other hand, the Manipur conflict and the Manipur conflict is definitely going to have some shadow in Mizoram. That's where the Mizoram fight is. We'll have to really see how Mizoram, is it Zoram Thangma, the chief of MNF, who has absolutely campaigned for the Manipur conflict. That has to be seen with the issues of, as you pointed out, refugees, infrastructure, development. On the other hand, BJP is saying that the development, central government's development has not reached to the people where it was supposed to reach. And that's why BJP is also playing it out well. But what are the numbers? That is going to be interesting.
Absolutely. There are some new political entrants which are in the fray. Parties like Aam Aadmi Party want to try their luck. And certain political pundits also said that could this now turn into a multi-party contest?
Multi-party contest is there, but then, mainstream parties, apart from Congress and BJP, BJP also got only one seat last time. They are trying their best here. Aam Aadmi Party is not that effective. That's what you are getting it from the ground.
Yeah.
Because the issues are very much local issues. The fight for the Mizo people, the fight for the Zo people, their ethnicity. So it's very difficult for mainstream political parties to really dent there. And not only this state, this is the nature of generally Seven Sisters of Northeast, because they have their own culture, identity, difference, regional issues are important. So obviously, if you compare with the national parties, MNF, ZPM are main players here in this fight.
Absolutely. They're the key players, and as she points out, as my colleague is pointing out, that yes, there are new parties in the state. Aam Aadmi Party is the new entrant. But to what extent they're able to make any kind of real or significant damage to the existing political entities is a questionable proposition. We'll have to wait and watch how that really turns out. Thank you, Kamalika, for putting all of that into perspective. The voting has begun in about 1,200 polling stations across Mizoram. It began at 7 a.m. 1,276 polling stations. And lakhs of voters are going to cast their ballot. We'll keep a close eye on all the developments coming in from Chhattisgarh, those 20 seats, and Mizoram that votes in a single phase. Our focus here on CNN News 18, your election headquarters. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2023. And the nominees for the sports category are Sunil Chhetri, Shubman Gill, Nikhat Zareen, Satwik and Chirag, Neeraj Chopra. Vote now on www.indianoftheyear.com and choose the Indians conquering the world.
They are being allowed to travel inside the national capital unabated. Over the past 1 month, we have seen that several stages of the Graded Response Action Plan has been implemented out here in the national capital. But the reality on the ground seems to be absolutely different, because there are very few checkpoints that have been placed out here in the national capital to make sure that the GRAP, reason why the GRAP is implemented, that could also be implemented on the ground apart from being implemented on paper. A big reason behind this is being said that the civil defense volunteers who are part of the Delhi government have actually given up their job because they haven't gotten the salary for a very long time, and that is the reason why they are not deployed on the ground, making sure that whatever measures that have been implemented through the GRAP policy, that is implemented on the ground as well. So yes, it remains to be seen if at all the Delhi government can find some way to make sure that whatever policies they are trying to bring in at this point in time to make sure that the air quality remains under control and people of Delhi are allowed to breathe in fresh air, that is implemented on the ground. But yes, hectic parleys are continuing between the Delhi government and the Delhi administration, but we are still waiting to see some concrete solution that is given out and that could be implemented on the ground, which could eventually mean that the people of Delhi who are running from pillar to post to just get a grasp of fresh air can actually breathe in fresh air and air that is safe for them, safe for the children and safe for their parents as well. Today is the fourth straight day when the AQI in the national capital has remained in the severe category, which means the AQI has remained above 400 for 4 consecutive days, which means that the air that the people of Delhi are breathing is becoming toxic and worse day by day. Currently, I am reporting from the pollution hotspot of the national capital, that is the Anand Vihar bus terminal. From today itself, the Graded Response Action Plan Stage 4 has been implemented, which means due to which we can expect that the traffic in the national capital might be under control. But if I could show you in the visuals over here, these are the kind of visuals that we are bringing to you live from Anand Vihar terminal. If you could see the manner in which the vehicles are still plying on the road according to the GRAP that has been implemented, the stage 4 of the GRAP that has been implemented. No vehicles who are operating on diesel engines should be allowed to enter the national capital until and unless they are helping in essential commodities, or they are operating on CNG or electronic engines. But yes, we can see that there is very little check and balances that have been made at this point in time, and vehicles are being allowed to move freely from outside the national capital to within the national capital. Many other steps have also been taken by the Delhi government. If I could just show you in the visuals on the other side of the road, the sprinklers are being used by the Delhi government to make sure that the pollutants that are on the road, the dust particles that are on the road, they stay down and they do not get up in the air, which would eventually mean that the AQI will get even worse. But yes, steps like these can only be seen like a drop in the ocean, because yes, the AQI in the national capital is continuously deteriorating for the past.
Welcome back, and we talk about the right to breathe. The air quality in the national capital continues to dip. 2,000 farm fire instances were recorded in Punjab only yesterday. The government has decided to get the odd-even rule in Delhi from the 13th of November to the 20th. Anticipating Diwali festivities, it is expected that the pollution levels might go up. Delhi Environment Minister will chair the meet for implementation of odd-even rule today. Remember, under this scheme, under this rule, the vehicles with the registration numbers ending with odd digits are allowed on odd digits and the ones with even digits are allowed on even days. GRAP 4 or the Graded Response Action Plan 4 measures have been invoked in Delhi amidst increasing pollution level. Construction activities in public projects have been halted. Schools have been shut down till the 10th of November. This morning, as I drove to work, there was a thick haze that had covered the national capital. And it's not the usual problems of fog that you witness during winter season or during the arrival of winter. It was a thick blanket of smoke and pollution that made it almost impossible to breathe in the air. My colleague Akash is joining us live from Kartavya Path. Akash, the visuals on this particular stretch of road are always an indicator how good or bad Delhi is, especially in this season, in the winter season right now. Does it look better than yesterday or is it worse? What are the reports that you're picking up from the weather department?
Right, so condition is a bit better as far as visibility is concerned, but Anusha, you see, when we talk about the air quality index in the national capital, so in fact at 7 a.m. today, it was above 400 in maximum areas. In fact, when we talk about prominent areas like Anand Vihar, Dwarka, Shadipur and all others, so we have air quality index more than 400. And this is the severe category that is not only harmful for those who have some sort of respiratory problem, but also for healthy people. As far as this particular stretch is concerned, so, this is a prominent place, as you rightly mentioned. And to check the visibility, I'll try to show you the Rashtrapati Bhavan from here. Rajesh ji, my VJ, will try to zoom into that particular spot and will try to show you if you can see the Rashtrapati Bhavan from here, because in general days it is quite visible from this particular place. We are just 700 meters away and it is a straight road, Kartavya Path. Basically, it's a straight road, and in general days you can see the Rashtrapati Bhavan, but today it is not visible. As far as the overall condition in the national capital, so we know that how level 4 of the graded response action plan has been invoked in the capital city, which means that construction activities has been stopped, and in fact there are several sort of steps, several sort of measures that have been taken. But again, question is that who is responsible for it, and as far as our governments are concerned, as far as these political parties are concerned, so what they are doing other than the blame game that they are involved in. As of now, if I can show you the India Gate, this is just 100 or 150 meters away from this particular spot, but you can see the smog all around. Visibility is quite better if we compare it with yesterday, but overall condition is still the same, and this is the reason why we have yesterday, in fact, the announcement of odd-even scheme that is going to be implemented after Diwali from 13th November. And in fact, today we have an important meeting where Environment Minister of Delhi and in fact several senior officers of the Delhi government will be sitting and will be deliberating as to how they are going to implement the odd-even scheme in the national capital. When we talk about odd-even scheme, Anusha, so odd-even is some sort of restriction on private vehicles in the capital city, which means that you will be giving some sort of
Yes.
you will be in fact arranging some additional buses, and you will be arranging some sort of public transport, additional public transport, and this is why this particular meeting is going to be very, very important. As of now, the air quality index in the capital city is more than 400 in the maximum areas, and this is a matter of concern because even the experts say that this is very harmful for people.
It is indeed very harmful for people. You talk about breathing issues. Doctors are pointing out how it can affect your brain, it can affect your other organs, it can affect your skin, your eyes are burning. I have had a persistent headache for days, keeping in mind whenever I'm exposed to pollution, and that's a story of many people. It's almost impossible to live in this gas chamber, and especially the elderly, the vulnerable, the children are the worst affected. Cutting across to my colleague Anshul as well. He's live with us from Anand Vihar. And Anshul, there was a point that I believe at Anand Vihar, you couldn't measure the AQI. It had gone beyond 999. And beyond that, any machine can't measure. That shows us the adverse and dire circumstances in which we live right now. Odd even might be the bandage on a wound. It's not the solution. It's not the medium or the long-term solution that we all deserve. How does it look like to you today?
So yes, as you rightly mentioned, that odd even is nothing but just a band-aid when a surgery is already ongoing. And even last year, the Supreme Court also very clearly stated that there are no benefits that can be seen coming out of the odd even scheme, and hence it was not extended last year. It was there for a period of time, but it was not extended. But today, if we talk about the AQI in the national capital, today is day 5 and we are still forced to breathe in severe air quality, and today as well the AQI in the national capital is way above the 400 mark. And if I could just show you in the visuals over here at Anand Vihar today, as Akash was mentioning, that the visibility has improved, but the quality of air is still in the severe category, and hence it is very, very dangerous for people, especially people with breathing illnesses and lung ailments, to actually breathe in this toxic air. There are steps that have been taken by the Delhi government, but these steps seems like just a drop in the ocean, because these steps have zero to no effects on the AQI out here in the national capital. Because remember, the measures of GRAP 2 were already implemented out here in the national capital for at least a month, and we saw absolutely zero effect that it had on the AQI out here in the national capital. Now GRAP 3 and GRAP 4 stages have also been implemented, but still we are seeing that there is absolutely no respite for the people of the national capital. But yes, if you talk about the kind of steps that have been taken, the kind of politics that has already started regarding this entire matter of pollution, that is something that is very, very concerning, because till date we haven't had the chance to make sure that all these governments, all these states sit on a table and try to find a concrete solution to this menace of pollution that engulfs the national capital year in and year out. We have definitely been let down by our politicians, and that is one of the reasons why people of the national capital are absolutely angry and agitated. Because yes, you put out restrictions on the people, on the movement of people, but you do not give them the benefits of actually what benefits, but you do not go ahead and give them the basic right to breathe as well out here in the national capital. We are just seeing politics happening. The Aam Aadmi Party is continuously blaming the Bharatiya Janata Party. But yes, if you see the AQI in the national capital, it's continuously in the severe category for the last 5 days. Over the next 2 days, it is expected that the AQI will remain in the severe category because of the wind conditions. So yes, it remains to be seen if at all this year we'll be able to find some sort of concrete solution to this menace of pollution,
and Anshul,
so that the people of Delhi...
As you said, I'm just going to add to that it's literally only the gods who can help us, Anshul and Akash, and keeping in mind that it's only the wind speed or some kind of rainfall or better weather conditions that can rescue us from the smog. Our governments and our systems have completely failed us. I hope you both stay safe, wear your masks as well as you step out in the smog. Most health experts point out that it's important to wear a mask because the PM 2.5 and PM 10 levels are very, very high. There's some breaking news coming in. Let's cut across to those developments that we're reporting at this point in time. We get you this exclusive news break. There's a fight between two Khalistani groups in Yuba, California. This is the annual Nagar Kirtan event with more than 2 lakh people. Now, this Nagar Kirtan is considered one of the largest Sikh gathering outside of India. There were, flying banners with a helicopter saying that Delhi will be Khalistan, and hence a fight broke out between the two groups. But the exact reason of the fight is not yet known. The secessionist group SFJ, it announced the date of Khalistan referendum vote as 28th of January 2024 at the Yuba City Nagar Kirtan, and that could possibly be the reason for this fight to have broken out. Abhishek will tell us more about it. Abhishek, tell us more.
Well, we have seen multiple such confrontation happening within the group in the last few months, and this is one of the examples where two groups were fighting, two Khalistani groups were fighting for their own dominance in the entire Sikh diaspora that is in there, and this happened at a festival which is relatively peaceful, where the Sikhs celebrate their peace, their religion, and how they are always they always live in peace and harmony. So the festival did not mean to be a place of conflict or confrontation, but because of the two groups, this 44th annual Nagar Kirtan event, which had about 2 lakh people during the event, became a scene where these two groups fought with each other.
Absolutely. Abhishek getting us all the details on that important story. We'll continue tracking this story and much more here on CNN News 18. For now, slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned, stay with us.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto. Hello.
The people of Delhi are being forced to breathe in this toxic air, whereas very little to no work has been done to improve the AQI out here in the national capital. But yes, one thing has remained constant over the past 1 decade, that is politics around the pollution levels out here in the national capital. Be it the Delhi government or be it the central government, we have seen the constant blaming of each other for this deteriorating air quality in the national capital. But yes, there is very little to no result that has been seen that could have improved the AQI out here in the national capital. Now what remains to be seen that today is day 4 that Delhi continues to breathe in severe air quality, and it is expected that over the next few days the AQI will remain in the severe category itself because of the weather and wind conditions. Will our governments finally get their acts together and put in a policy that would make sure that the AQI in the national capital that turns the Delhi NCR region into a gas chamber year in and year out, that could be improved for once and for all.
बोल रहे हैं 900 से ऊपर चला गया। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि ये पराली का जो प्रॉब्लम है ये हर साल का प्रॉब्लम है, स्पेसिफिक इसी टाइम पे क्यों होता है। ब्लेम गेम चल रहा है कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट बोलती है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बोलती है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट। बोल रहे हैं 900 से ऊपर चला गया। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि ये पराली का जो प्रॉब्लम है ये हर साल का प्रॉब्लम है, स्पेसिफिक इसी टाइम पे क्यों होता है। और यहाँ पे इतनी हालत ख़राब है। मैं जोधपुर में था 15 दिन, वहाँ जोधपुर में तो आसमान में आप तारे गिन लो, उत्तराखंड में चले जाओ वहाँ तारे गिन लो। तो गवर्नमेंट को कुछ करना चाहिए। ब्लेम गेम चल रहा है कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट बोलती है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बोलती है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट। और 500 किलोमीटर की रेंज भी नहीं है। हरियाणा और पंजाब तो कोई एक ही, अगर देखा जाए जोग्राफिकली कोई बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस नहीं है। तो कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए। खाली मुझे नहीं लगता कि खाली पराली का ही कारण है, और भी बहुत सारे कारण हैं। तो कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए, क्योंकि दिल्ली में रहना मतलब ये है, अगर आप दिल्ली में रह रहे हो तो अपनी लाइफ जो है आप 5-7 साल डेफिनेटली कम कर रहे हो कंपेयर टू अदर प्लेस जहाँ पे ये सब स्थिति नहीं है। तो स्थिति बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। कुछ ना कुछ ज़रूर होना चाहिए, मुझे लगता है।
Stage 4 of the Graded Response Action Plan has been implemented out here in the national capital, which
Welcome back. We bring you a special section on financial markets powered by Money Control Pro. Money Control's premium destination for investing and business insights. Markets global cues indicate a soft opening for the Indian equities. Asian markets fell in the morning trade. The GIFT Nifty futures too are lower. Crude oil prices ease on demand concerns. MC Pro sector flash. The healthy festival-driven growth in the real estate is expected to boost demand for paints. But competition is indeed becoming tougher as new players are entering the market. While the paint companies are benefiting from the lower commodity prices, they will need to invest to protect their market position as well. Log in to Money Control Pro to find out more about this particular sector and other actionable insights. It is the premier destination for all the investing views and financial insights you will ever need, brought to you by Money Control.
How serious is this charge of sharing your login and password as a parliamentarian? I believe this system only came into existence in 2019.
India is not dharma nirpeksh, it is panth nirpeksh. That's why the Constituent Assembly decided against including the word secular in the preamble in 1950. Indira Gandhi only introduced that word in 76, and that was for a wholly political reason.
The SIT wants to investigate these madrasas. There are a lot of opposing voices. They say that this is deliberately being done around election time. Some of them have been functioning or operational even before independence. Why send them notices? Why this crackdown? This is terrorism, and this is unacceptable. Whether Hamas carries it out or Lashkar-e-Taiba carries it out or Al-Qaeda carries it out, you cannot attack innocent, non-combatant civilians howsoever justifiable you have a political grievance.
Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2023, and the nominees for the entertainment category are Shah Rukh Khan, Mani Ratnam, Sunny Deol, Deepika Padukone, Manoj Bajpayee. Vote now on www.indianoftheyear.com and choose the Indians conquering the world.
Good morning and a very warm welcome here on CNN News 18, your election headquarter. The semi-final to 2024, the state assembly elections are being touted as the big battle to watch out for as the precursor to 2024, and that battle electorally literally begins today. It's the first phase of polling for the state of Chhattisgarh. 20 seats, the Naxal-dominated belt, goes for polling today. The polling has begun, and the state of Mizoram, also the northeastern states, votes in a single phase. All the developments, all the voices lined up here on CNN News 18, our top focus this morning. And voting for the first phase of Chhattisgarh Assembly elections is underway right now. 20 seats, 12 in the Naxal hotbed Bastar and 8 in Rajnandgaon will be deciding on the fate of more than 223 candidates who have thrown their hat in the ring. While focus is on the security arrangements, the key contestant to watch out for, former Chief Minister and BJP's Raman Singh's seat of Rajnandgaon is a high-profile seat. It is being closely watched. This is the only seat that BJP was able to win. The Congress had won about 19 out of the 20 seats in 2018 elections and subsequent by-elections that had happened. Multi-layered security arrangements have been put in place amidst threat from the Naxals. The morning did not begin on a good note amid a high security alert and IED blast by Naxals in Kanker. Injured 1 BSF personnel and 2 polling personnels yesterday. We get you the ground reports which are coming in, exclusive conversations. Listen in.
First phase of elections have started in Chhattisgarh. Out to vote are the top functionaries of the police and the civil administration. IG Bastar is here with me. The commissioner is also here with me. Sir, what is the arrangement that you have done? Because it's a political statement when people here come out and vote. That itself is a political statement.
So today on 7th of November, voting for the first phase of election Chhattisgarh Assembly. We have polls in 12 Assembly constituency of Bastar range. All security arrangements are in place, like in the polling station as well as in the surrounding area. We have deployed special forces, we have deployed CAPF and the local police force also, and the local administration. They have ensured all necessary arrangement to facilitate easy voting for all the voters. So we are hopeful of very good voting this time, and all security personnel, not only within the Bastar range, the bordering states of Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, they also deployed their special forces across the border. So far the polling is going on very well. Hopeful of good response from the voters this time.
Sir, but there already have been some incidents that have been reported. We saw over the last 24 hours in Kanker specifically, at least 2 incidents this morning in Sukhma. Can you give us the details of the incidents that have happened?
It is a typical modus operandi of the CPM Moist cadres during elections, whether it is a general election or assembly or even local body election. They try to attack the police personnel or the polling parties. For that matter, they have wide target base during this time. Their only objective is to create a fear psychosis among the public by targeting the soft targets or the security personnel. But the local population, native population, they have realized the real and ugly face of the Moist, which is an anti-democratic, anti-development and anti-people face. So these kind of activities won't hinder the enthusiasm of the voters, and we are confident for the next few hours everything will be going on smooth, and we are hopeful of good response from the population.
So any specific step that you have taken since pressure IEDs and IEDs, like you're saying, seems to be their favorite modus operandi? What are the steps that the police and the security brass has taken to ensure that the roads are sanitized?
As I told earlier, we have deployed the special forces, DRG, Cobra, STF, Bastar fighters, and central paramilitary forces like CRPF, BSF, ITBP, BSF, and we have additional force also from Election Commission of India, and we have the special bomb disposal squads, dog squads. Everything is in place for to do the demining and other operations, and we have detected more than 40 IDs in the last couple of weeks. So our security arrangement is very well in place, but in spite of that we can't deny there could be a couple of incidents also, because the areas we have very tough terrain, we have a dense forest area. So these kind of incidents though we try to prevent to the best possible extent, but in spite of that couple of incidents occurs. But fortunately in the last 2 days there's no major incidents apart from few pressure IDs, and we are hopeful the de-induction task also will be done very smoothly.
So you're also keeping an eye in the sky. Drones have been deployed, Mi-17s are keeping an eye in the sky. There's also intelligence that you are constantly looking at?
So we have surveillance drones also in place in all the camps, and we have other resources Mi-17 helicopters which could evacuate the injured, timely evacuation, and we have air ambulance also in place in the range headquarters. So we have disposed all the resources available at our disposal. So we are our local administration offices and the police offices are also running a 24/7 joint control center. So every apparatus are in place, and things are going smoothly so far.
My last question to you, sir. This time more than 120 villagers are voting or seeing a polling booth in their village for the first time. Any feedback that you have got from those booths so far?
In this area also, like, we have very good response since early in the morning. Out of these 126, like 40 locations are those which have been earlier shifted to the nearby police stations or security camps. But due to the improved security scenario, we have relocated those polling stations in the original village. There also we are getting a lot of response, particularly from the young generation. So we are hopeful for good results this time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sundaraj. So IG Bastar there speaking to CNN News 18, telling us about the security deployment that has been done.
That was IG Bastar talking about the security deployment has been done. It's a multi-layered security that has been put in place. The state police personnel, the CAPF, the elite commando forces, women commandos, all have been put in place. As we've told you since morning from our ground reportage, my colleague Arunima on the ground, Manoj Sharma reporting from the polling center, there is a cheer amongst the voters who have come out since 5 a.m. since morning. To cast their ballot, to exercise their fundamental right to vote, their fundamental duty to vote, fulfilling that promise. And unlike an urban pocket where it's only about a mild inconvenience of waking up early in the morning and going and casting your ballot, it's a life and death matter for a Naxal-dominated territory. There are internal security threats which are operating. Naxalites who have threatened the locals that if you go to a particular polling booth and cast your ballot, you will lose your life. Despite that, people come out in huge numbers, they cast their ballot. There are many villages who will have their own polling center this time. Because of the security threat, villages do vote. They are covered under the voting nexus of the country under the Election Commission of India. But the polling center is somewhere far away. This time, the effort of the government is in about 1,000-odd villages to ensure that the polling center is right there in the village. The reason why a state like Madhya Pradesh, as big as Chhattisgarh, votes in a single phase and Chhattisgarh is voting in 2 phases is primarily because of the internal security threat of the state. There are multiple regions, there are multiple areas where development, basic development like electricity, sanitation, hospitals, education, primary healthcare centers are yet to reach. This internal security threat of the Naxalites has dampened the promise of growth and development. The second bit of it, which is about what are the promises that the Congress and BJP have made in this poll season. If you look at the manifesto of the Congress party, they promise more jobs, employment. Paddy procurement, of course, is the huge promise because Chhattisgarh is called the rice bowl of the country. Those are the broad promises that we've made. We'll continue talking about the political promises, the controversies that have dominated the political discourse. Let's listen into some political reactions.
मुझे तो लगता है कि मैं तीसरी बार जीतूंगा और हैट्रिक बनाने में सफल होऊंगा। कोंडागांव विधानसभा में जो भ्रांतियां हैं कि 2 बार से तीसरी बार नहीं जीतता, वो मिथक टूटेगा ऐसा मुझे लगता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस पार्टी से नहीं लड़ पा रही है, इसलिए ईडीआईटी और अन्य संस्थानों का दुरुपयोग करके, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग करके उनको डराने धमकाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है।
Arunima continues to be with us on the broadcast. Arunima, as we were highlighting in the earlier broadcast, as you reported, when people come out and vote in the Naxal-dominated region, especially in the Bastar region, it's a life and death matter. It's something grave that they're putting at risk to cast their ballot. Tell us about the security arrangements and what's at stake.
Well, we just spoke to IG Bastar and he's detailed about the security arrangements that have been put in place. Behind me is a polling booth in Jagdalpur. This is an urban centre. Jagdalpur is like the heart of Bastar where the urban population is now, and the lines here are shorter. People are still coming out. There are selfie booths that have been put up, and there are kids as well enthusiastically accompanying their parents. But inside, in the interiors of Bastar, there is a real risk, and that risk we have seen from Kanker to Dantewada to also Sukma, and look at the visuals here. Somebody who's elderly, somebody who's handicapped, showing his fingers with the ink on his finger very proudly. Let me see if I can get a word with him. Namaste. आपने वोट दे दिया?
दे दिया
है आप कैसा माहौल लग रहा है आपको? ऐसा लग रहा है यहाँ तो कोई उत्सव चल रहा है?
हाँ, ऐसे अच्छा भीड़ चल रहा है।
हाँ। तो जब आप वोट देते हैं क्या सोच के देते हैं? जो कौन नेता है उसको या आपके कोई इश्यूज है?
कोई भी एक आदमी जीतना जरूरी है ना, इसलिए
ये बात आपने सही की, क्योंकि ये इलाका ऐसा है जहाँ नक्सली, जिनको कई लोग अंदर वाले कहते हैं, वो हमेशा कहते हैं वोट मत दो, बट आप कह रहे हैं किसी के लिए तो वोट देना जरूरी है।
हाँ, किसी को भी वोट देना जरूरी है।
आप उन यंग लोगों से क्या कहेंगे जो कई बार वोट देने के लिए बाहर नहीं आते?
उन लोगों को भी मैं यही तो बोलता हूँ, मतदान करना जरूरी है।
क्यों जरूरी है सर?
कोई भी जीतना चाहिए ना, शासन होना नहीं होने से कैसे होगा?
Very inspirational. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. So there are inspirational voters like him also who have decided to brave all odds and come out and vote. And he's just one example. You will see such example all over Chhattisgarh. People for them here coming out and vote. किसी एक का शासन होना चाहिए. That there should be democracy. There should be a rule of law. That itself is a big statement that is being made here. I was telling you about the security arrangements that have been made, multi-layered security, yet incidents have happened in Kanker and in Sukhma. To that, the establishment here says that Naxals are trying their best, and in some situations they will succeed with their ID tactics, but we are trying our best that should not derail the morale of the voters here.
Absolutely. Arunima, I was reading some reports this morning about 125 villages in Chhattisgarh which will have their own booths for the first time, and this is in line with the effort of the central and the state government that more and more internal areas of Chhattisgarh which have been dominated by the Naxals are freed from their influence. You were talking with the gentleman about अंदर वाले लोग क्या बोलते हैं, वो आपको वोट देने से मना करते हैं. Has the threat perception really gone down on the ground?
Oh, it has, definitely. And as I'm speaking to you, IG Bastar is just leaving after casting his vote. So when you see senior police officials, senior members of the establishment, the commissioner there and the IGP showing off their fingers with the ink on it. So when the senior members of the establishment come out and vote, that's a message as well. And you're absolutely right. In Bastar now, things have changed a lot. From Narayanpur to Kanker to Kondagaon, there is a huge change as far as the situation on the ground is concerned. The threat perception is maximum now in Sukhma and Bijapur. These are the two main districts of Chhattisgarh where Naxal presence has been limited. Yes, in other areas you will see on and off incidents of IDs being triggered. In Kanker we saw incidents of an ID being triggered followed by Naxals allegedly firing from a hilltop. So it's not as if they have been eliminated completely, but the way they dominated. Yesterday when we travelled to Bastar, we took the highway at night. It was unthinkable even a decade ago. You could not think, and even now Bastar elections the timings are different from the urban centres. Here voting will end at 3 p.m. because there is a real risk involved as far as the security of the EVMs are concerned, as far as the security of the polling parties are concerned. So before sunset they want to secure all of that. But there is a change as far as people are concerned. They are willing to now come out and vote. They are now willing to come and embrace development because there's also a change as far as understanding is concerned. All this while they were told that government is only here to take away your jal, your jungle and your zameen, the resources. Now they are finally able to see that by following that ideology, they have been left far behind than rest of the country. The aspirational youth of Bastar are not willing to wait any longer.
The aspirational youth should not wait any longer. As you pointed out, Jan Jangal Zameen that has dominated the discourse in states like Chhattisgarh. And I remember at a point in Madhya Pradesh as well, in fact, that was one of the key issues when the state was split into two, how development has not reached various parts of Chhattisgarh. Arunima, when you traveled in this region, what are the key issues? Of course, security, internal security is one major issue that dominates the political discourse as far as this region is concerned. But what are the other development concerns that you have seen?
Okay, let me see a group of voters going there. Sir, एक मिनट आपका वक्त लूंगी. आप लोग वोट देने आए हैं, हम लोग वोटर्स को कवर करने आए हैं. यहाँ के लोगों के मुद्दे क्या है? किस मुद्दे पे आप लोग वोट का तय करते हैं?
अब यहाँ का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा तो ये है कि अभी जो यहाँ पे गंदगी जो बहुत ज़्यादा फैला हुआ है शहर में, इतना ज़्यादा कभी नहीं था.
तो सिविक इश्यूज हैं आपके. हाँ. महिलाओं के लिए बहुत सारी स्कीम हर पार्टी अनाउंस कर रही है. कोई आपको मुफ्त में गैस सिलेंडर देना चाहती है, कोई आपके अकाउंट में पैसे भेजना चाहती है. क्या महिलाओं के इश्यूज के लिए जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज कर रही हैं उससे आप इम्प्रेस्ड हैं?
मुझे लगता है कि महिलाएं आजकल इतनी सशक्त हो चुकी हैं कि उनको ये फ्री के अमाउंट मुझे नहीं लगता है कि चाहिए. उनको सशक्त अगर करना ही है तो उनको बेरोजगारी उससे लेवल से बाहर निकाले, उनके एजुकेशन पे ध्यान दे और उनको इतना एजुकेट करे कि वो अपने लिए खुद सक्षम हो जाए कमाने के लिए.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. आप लोग वोट देने जा रहे हैं, मैं आपको रोकूंगी नहीं. सो दिस इज लाइक आई सेड, दिस इज एन अर्बन पॉकेट इन Jagdalpur. Jagdalpur is the main city in Bastar. The issues here are similar to what you will hear in other urban pockets. But when you travel to rural Bastar, the issues there are of procurement of paddy. Paddy procurement price is a big issue here, and it finds a mention in the manifesto of both the Congress and the BJP. 3,200 per quintal is what Congress is promising. 3,100 per quintal is what BJP has promised. But it says that if you see the overall procurement, formula that we have come up with, we are going to better it from Congress's promise. The other thing is loan waiver. This has become a huge issue here. Karza Maafi, it is believed, is the main issue which swept Congress to power in last elections. This time also Karza Maafi has been announced. One might argue what impact it will have on the economy, but for people in the rural belts of Bastar, that is definitely an issue, because here are people we are talking about for whom sustenance itself is an issue. So to give them a good price for their paddy and to give them any kind of loan waiver, Congress definitely hopes that this will change the tide for them. Bharatiya Janata Party is hoping that their security first approach, and this is what Home Minister Amit Shah has said, that in 2 years we are going to eliminate Naxalism from this area. BJP is hoping that security first approach will take them ahead of the Congress in this election.
Thank you, Arunima, for those fantastic ground reports. Thank you for getting us those voices. My colleague Manoj Sharma is also reporting from ground. This morning, he told us a story from a polling booth where you saw children and women lining up since 5 a.m. in the morning just to cast their ballot. There's a real security threat perception, and that is why the polling centers are going to be shut at around 3, much before the sunset, so that the EVMs can be secured. Here is another ground report that Manoj Sharma gets for you. Have a look.
तगड़ी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था में नक्सल प्रभावित बस्तर में लोकतंत्र के उत्सव का जोश देखिए। कितनी लंबी कतारें हैं, महिलाएं घंटों से इंतजार कर रही हैं। सुबह 6 बजे से, मैं यहाँ सुबह से देख रहा हूँ कि 6 बजे से यहाँ लंबी लंबी कतार लगी हुई है और लोग अपनी बारी का इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि वो वोट डाल सकें। ये देखिए, एक तरफ पुरुषों की लाइन है, एक तरफ महिलाओं की लाइन है, और ये एक मतदान केंद्र जो छापर भानपुरी मतदान केंद्र है चित्रकूट विधानसभा का, नक्सल प्रभावित बस्तर की चित्रकूट विधानसभा में ये लोग अपना इंतजार कर रहे हैं। तगड़े सुरक्षा के इंतजाम यहाँ पर किए गए हैं, लेकिन नक्सलियों की तरफ से एक बाइकआउट की जो कॉल होती है, चुनाव के बहिष्कार की, उसके बावजूद लोगों में वोट डालने का उत्साह है। राइट टू वोट, अपने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल करना। बहुत देर से इंतजार ये कर रहे हैं, उन लोगों से हम बात करते हैं। बहुत देर से आए हुए हैं आप?
जी।
वोट डालना चाहते हैं?
जी।
इंतजार लंबा हो गया?
लंबा हो गया, ड्यूटी करूंगी मैं अभी जाके।
कितने बजे आ गए थे?
6 बजे।
6 बजे से आए हुए?
लाइन लगे हैं, बाहर में थे सब कोई।
आपको दिखाएंगे जहाँ लंबी कतारें। देखिए, चूंकि बहुत देर हो गई है तो यहाँ पर बैठ के अपने छोटे छोटे बच्चों को साथ लेकर आए हैं। इत्मीनान से, धीरज के साथ बैठे हुए हैं, लेकिन वोट डालेंगे। छोटे से बच्चे को साथ लेकर आए हैं, बच्चे के हाथ में आई कार्ड है, माँ साथ में बैठी हुई है, इंतजार कर रही है कि जब उनका मौका आएगा तो वो भी वोट डाले। वोट डालने आए हैं? तो बच्चे को तो सुबह से ले आई आप? हाँ? कितने बजे के आए?
8 बजे। 8 बजे।
8 बजे आए थे। तो वोट डाल के ही जाएंगे?
हाँ।
Well, let's talk about the Mizoram Assembly elections. Another very interesting elections to watch out for, keeping in mind that the northeastern state, votes in a single phase. For 40 seats, the voting and polling is underway. Congress has announced candidates for about 19 of the 40 constituencies in the state. More than 8 lakh voters will decide the fate of about 174 candidates. Security has been beefed up across the state. International borders with Bangladesh and Myanmar have been sealed before polls. No law and order problems have been reported, fortunately, so far. At least 3,000 police personnel, 5,400 personnel from CAPF have been deployed for the polling. BJP leaders, top leadership like Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari, Kiren Rijiju have visited the state, campaigned for the BJP. Last time BJP won a single seat in the state. The ruling party, Mizo National Front, had campaigned aggressively to retain power. Key issues like refugees, infrastructure development dominated the political discourse.
Because the machine was not working. I was waiting for some time. But since the machine could not work, I said that I will visit my constituency and I will vote after the morning meal.
Cutting across to my colleague Kamalika to get us more details on the story. Kamalika, you pointed out earlier on the broadcast how the ruling party, the earlier ruling party, Mizo National Front, MNF, is aggressively campaigned, the Chief Minister aggressively campaigned to retain power. But what are the issues that dominated the political discourse? BJP, Congress also aggressively trying to increase their influence in the state.
See, number one is obviously the infrastructural development. That is one of the major issues out there, where MNF is saying that they have done a lot of things for the people, while the BJP is saying that whatever central government's development projects are there or programs are there, that's not been properly implemented, and BJP will do a investigation on that. Though MNF is a part of India, but in this election they does not have a alliance in state with BJP. On the other hand, definitely Manipur will have its shadow on Mizoram election. Most of the Mizoram population are Mizos, that means the cookies. So we have seen that Zoram Thamga, the MNF chief and the chief minister, has campaigned for the cookies, and he has done rallies also supporting the cookies. So that is also another important factor there.
Yeah.
Third is BJP and Congress, the national parties. Congress was, at one point of time, Congress had a good base there in Mizoram, now which is eroded totally. BJP is trying also to make a mark there. Last time they only had one seat, but this time they took in one minister from the MNF, and also Kiran Rijiju, one of very prominent Central Union minister, was there camping out there. So, it also depends on various regional factors there. So how the national parties will do there, that is to be also seen. So very interesting election there with the shadow of Manipur conflict.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Kamalika, for putting all of that into perspective this morning. Let's listen in to the voices on the story.
There has been a very good coordination between Mizoram Police, the Excise Department of Mizoram, and all the central agencies, including DRI, NCB, and Customs. So, because of the good coordination that we have with the central agencies and state agencies, from 1st July to this date, we have seized goods worth more than 210 crores. When you focus on the immediate period, that is the period from the date of announcement of elections, that is 9th of October till yesterday, we have made seizures of more than 40 crores.
In the pre-polling stage, a lot of election campaign took place, and a lot of leaders from across India had come here for campaigns. So the security arrangements were made for them, and all went so far peacefully. And our polling parties, along with the police deployment, have reached most of the polling station. As far as the security situation is concerned, Mizoram remains a peaceful state.
Security persons will go with each polling parties, okay, and every security arrangement have been done.
We are going for the East 2 constituency, Tweetiang 2, and it's an all-women operated polling station. It's a great initiative taken by the ECI. We really appreciate it, and we're very excited.
Well, let's cut across to some latest news, and this concerns the upcoming Telangana polls. Congress has fielded the state unit chief, Revanth Reddy, on the second seat. To face Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao in the Kamareddy Assembly constituency. That's a key electoral battle to watch out for, and Swastika will give us more flavor of this entire battle which is going to pan out. Clearly, this will be an important seat to watch out for. The Congress party fighting very hard in the state to field key names. They want to increase their presence and dominance. It is argued that there is a vacuum right now that exists to ensure that there is a strong opposition that emerges in the state. Swastika, this assembly constituency, this seat, an interesting battle to watch out for.
Definitely, because Revanth Reddy, apart from contesting from his own constituency, Kodangal, he's going to now throw up a direct challenge to Chief Minister of Telangana, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who, by the way, will be contesting from Kamareddy for the first time. And interestingly, from the BJP side, Geetala Rajendra, BJP's Huzurabad candidate, will also be taking on the Chief Minister. at his own constituency, Gajwel. So it's a two-pronged attack in a way from the BJP as well as Congress. If you see at Telangana and BRS's biggest face, in fact, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and the BRS says that this is something that they had in fact anticipated, and what they say is that both BJP and Congress are set to get a crushing defeat at the hands of KCR. But the Congress, remember, remains very upbeat about Revanth Reddy contesting from Kamareddy. This was something that had been in the know from a very long time, and now it has been made official by the party. And on the other hand, Itala will also be an interesting match to watch out for.
Absolutely. Swastika, thank you so much for getting all those updates this morning here on CNN News 18. We continue to track all the latest developments. The election in the first phase in the state of Chhattisgarh, the Naxal-dominated territory, 20 seats, and of course a single-phase election in the state of Mizoram. All that and much more here on CNN News 18. Stay tuned, stay with us.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2023. And the nominees for the entertainment category are Shah Rukh Khan, Mani Ratnam, Sunny Deol, Deepika Padukone, Manoj Bajpayee. Vote now on www.indianoftheyear.com and choose the Indians conquering the world.
At vehicles coming from outside the borders of the national capital, they would be checked and stopped, and only those vehicles that are carrying essential commodities or are operating or CNG or on electronic mode will be allowed to enter the national capital. Currently, I am reporting from one such border of the NCR region. This road connects Ghazipur, Uttar Pradesh state towards the national capital. If I could just move out of the frame and try and show you in the visuals over here, that none of the vehicles, absolutely no vehicles that are crossing this border are being checked. They are being allowed to travel inside the national capital unabated. Over the past 1 month, we have seen that several stages of the Rapid Response Action Plan has been implemented out here in the national capital, but the reality on the ground seems to be absolutely different, because there are very few checkpoints that have been placed out here in the national capital to make sure that the GRAP, that the reason why the GRAP is implemented, that could also be implemented on the ground apart from being implemented on paper. A big reason behind this is being said that the civil defense volunteers who are part of the Delhi government have actually given up their job because they haven't gotten the salary for a very long time, and that is the reason why they are not deployed on the ground, making sure that whatever measures that have been implemented through the GRAP policy, that is implemented on the ground as well. So yes, it remains to be seen if at all the Delhi government can find some way to make sure that whatever policies they are trying to bring in at this point in time to make sure that the air quality remains under control and people of Delhi are allowed to breathe in fresh air, that is implemented on the ground. But yes, hectic parleys are continuing between the Delhi government and the Delhi administration, but we are still waiting to see some concrete solution that is given out and that could be implemented on the ground, which could eventually mean that the people of Delhi who are running from pillar to post to just get a grasp of fresh air can actually breathe in fresh air and air that is safe for them, safe for the children and safe for their parents as well. 4th straight day when the AQI in the national capital has remained in the severe category, which means the AQI has remained above 400 for 4 consecutive days, which means that the air that the people of Delhi are breathing is becoming toxic and worse day by day. Currently, I am reporting from the pollution hotspot of the national capital, that is the Anand Vihar bus terminal. From today itself, the Graded Response Action Plan Stage 4 has been implemented, which means due to which we can expect that the traffic in the national capital might be under control. But if I could show you in the visuals over here, these are the kind of visuals that we are bringing to you live from Anand Vihar terminal. If you could see the manner in which the vehicles are still plying on the road according to the GRAP that has been implemented, the stage 4 of the GRAP that has been implemented. No vehicles who are operating on diesel engines should be allowed to enter the national capital until and unless they are helping in essential commodities, or they are operating on CNG or electronic engines. But yes, we can see that there is very little check and balances that have been made at this point in time, and vehicles are being allowed to move freely from outside the national capital to within the national capital. Many other steps have also been taken by the Delhi government. If I could just show you in the visuals, on the other side of the road, the sprinklers are being used by the Delhi government to make sure that the pollutants that are on the road, the dust particles that are on the road, they stay down and they do not get up in the air, which would eventually mean that the AQI will get even worse. But yes, steps like these can only be seen like a drop in the ocean, because yes, the AQI in the national capital is continuously deteriorating. For the past 4 days, the people of Delhi are being forced to breathe in this toxic air, whereas very little to no work has been done to improve the AQI out here in the national capital. But yes, one thing has remained constant over the past 1 decade, that is politics around the pollution levels out here in the national capital. Be it the Delhi government or be it the central government, we have seen the constant blaming of each other for this deteriorating air quality in the national capital.
Welcome back, and let's cut across to some latest news coming in. This is a breaking bit of development that we report this morning after Kejriwal was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in connection to the alleged excise policy scam. Aam Aadmi Party leaders have said that Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will run the Delhi government from jail in case he is arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Delhi Minister Atishi has said that party will approach the court to seek permission for cabinet meetings in jail, and clearly there was a pun intended there. Let's listen into what Atishi said. There's a reaction coming in from Saurabh Bharadwaj and Manoj Tiwari of the BJP.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक दल की मीटिंग हुई और सभी विधायकों ने अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को दिल्ली की जनता की राय बताई। हम सब ने उनको बताया कि हम जिस गली में जाते हैं, जिस पार्क में जाते हैं, जिस कॉलोनी में जाते हैं, जिस RWA से मिलने जाते हैं, आज सबके ज़बान पे सिर्फ एक चीज़ है कि मोदी सरकार ने अब आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ अति कर दी है। लेकिन आज दिल्ली की जनता देख रही है, दिल्ली की जनता देख रही है कि वो एक आदमी जो दिन रात उनके लिए काम करता है, उसके साथ अतिवाद हो रहा है। तो सभी विधायकों ने अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को एक ही सुर में बात कही है कि चाहे मोदी सरकार षड्यंत्र रच के उन्हें तिहाड़ के अंदर डाल दे, लेकिन फिर भी हम सब ने आग्रह किया है कि वो अपना इस्तीफा ना दें, क्योंकि आखिरकार लोगों ने वोट किसी विधायक को नहीं दिया, किसी पार्टी को नहीं दिया। दिल्ली के लोगों ने अपना वोट, अपना मैंडेट अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिया है। हमने ये भी डिस्कस किया कि हम कोर्ट जाएंगे और कोर्ट से परमिशन लेंगे कि कैबिनेट की मीटिंग्स जेल के अंदर हो सके।
तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार कर लिया, अब दिल्ली की सत्ता कैसे चलेगी? अब तो मुख्यमंत्री जी को इस्तीफा देना पड़ेगा, चाहे जेल से चले, चाहे पुलिस कस्टडी से चले, चाहे जुडिशियल कस्टडी से चले, अरविंद केजरीवाल ही दिल्ली की सरकार चलाएंगे।
Cutting across to Rupashri Nanda, who's with us on the broadcast. Rupashri, forget the legalities of it. This is clearly an all-out political war between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, absolutely. In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party here making it very clear that if the worst fears of Aam Aadmi Party does come true and Arvind Kejriwal is arrested, then he is going to continue as Chief Minister, at least for some time. So, as it was being speculated that he is going to resign and anoint somebody else as the Chief Minister of Delhi, that is not going to happen, at least, in the immediate aftermath of his arrest. Now, you heard RTC and Saurav, say, and we had reported, a few days back that one of the options that was being considered by the Aam Aadmi Party was whether Arvind Kejriwal can continue to be CM even after his arrest. So now that word is coming, officially that he is going to continue as CM. Now, of course, politically this may actually be extremely untenable. And what RTC says that cabinet meetings can be held in jail. We are going to take permission from the court. I mean, that really would stretch, the believability of the proposal that is on the table. Aam Aadmi Party essentially stressing the fact that Kejriwal is going to continue as CM. Now, in that case, what happens is that he will have to delegate a cabinet colleague the responsibility of holding cabinet meetings, and that is something that he may actually end up doing. But politically, it has never happened in the country that a chief minister who is arrested continues to be behind bars. Remember what happened when Lalu Prasad Yadav, the arrest warrant was issued in his name. What did Lalu Prasad Yadav do? He resigned as chief minister. In his presence, Rabri Devi was elected as the leader of the legislative party of the RJD, sworn in as chief minister, and Lalu Prasad Yadav surrendered the next day. So that is what happened when he was arrested. So we'll see how it eventually develops. But BJP, of course, is not going to leave any stone unturned. BJP is going to charge the Aam Aadmi Party's chief with the fact that he does not hold any portfolios. Cabinet meetings do not happen with that regularity in Delhi as they happen.
Right.
So BJP's charge essentially will be that Arvind Kejriwal wants to enjoy the perks of power without discharging the responsibilities of a chief minister.
All right, Rupashri Nanda getting us all the details. Let's also listen in to what BJP leader Manoj Tiwari had to say on this entire controversy.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आपने फिर से विधानसभा के पवित्र फ्लोर का दुरुपयोग किया। क्या आप जो कह रहे हैं वो भी झूठ है कि अब हम जेल से फाइल साइन करेंगे? आप तो फाइल साइन करते ही नहीं हैं। आपके पास तो कोई डिपार्टमेंट ही नहीं है और वहां जाके भी आप मुख्यमंत्री बने रहेंगे। इतना मोह है आपको मुख्यमंत्री की कुर्सी से। कोई बात नहीं, दिल्ली की जनता देख रही है और आपको सही समय पे जवाब भी देगी।
All right, some latest news coming in, and this is a tweet from TMC MP Mahua Moitra, who is involved in the cash for query controversy and is currently facing an inquiry by the Ethics Committee of the Parliament. She has taken to Twitter to say, and I'm quoting her right now, "No draft report has been circulated, that is the norm, but will be adopted quote-unquote on the 9th of November. She goes on to say that a draft report should have been circulated. The meeting has been postponed to clash with the INC MP's nomination date, so they can't come. BJP is calling allies to ensure attendance to adopt the report via majority. Chartered flight to fly an MP state precedent." Well, the key allegation that she is making here is that the draft report has not been circulated as the norm is, and somewhere the Ethics Committee and the manner in which they are functioning right now is compromised. Pallavi will tell us more about it. Pallavi, please decode for us what are the key allegations that Mahua Moitra is making right now. Pallavi, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Anusha, we just have the Ethics Committee, the most critical ones, which is going to take place on the 9th, and that's the day when the report or the draft report is expected to be discussed. There is, of course, speculation that most probably it will recommend the disqualification of Mahua Moitra, which, of course, will be taken up. Then it's something which is going to be proposed at the floor of the House. But she's already, she's already called the Ethics Committee a kangaroo court. And her tweet is very clear that whatever...
Pallavi, we are unfortunately losing your audio. Your voice is breaking. But as Mahua Moitra argued earlier, she said this is a kangaroo court and it's not following the due process of law. All eyes on what happens in the next meeting, and will that draft committee report, roughly about 400 to 500 pages, will that be adopted or not? And politically, it's going to be very significant. Slipping into a very short break, stay tuned.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2023, and the nominees for the sports category are Sunil Chhetri, Shubman Gill, Nikhat Zareen, Satvik and Chirag, Neeraj Chopra. Vote now on www.indianoftheyear.com and choose the Indians conquering the world.
There is very little to no result that has been seen that could have improved the AQI out here in the national capital. Now what remains to be seen that today is day 4 that Delhi continues to breathe in severe air quality, and it is expected that over the next few days the AQI will remain in the severe category itself because of the weather and wind conditions. Will our governments finally get their acts together and put in a policy that would make sure that the AQI in the national capital that turns the Delhi NCR region into a gas chamber year in and year out, that could be improved for once and for all?
बोल रहे हैं 900 से ऊपर चला गया। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि ये पराली का जो प्रॉब्लम है ये हर साल का प्रॉब्लम है, स्पेसिफिक इसी टाइम पे क्यों होता है। ब्लेम गेम चल रहा है कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट बोलती है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बोलती है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट। बोल रहे हैं 900 से ऊपर चला गया। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि ये पराली का जो प्रॉब्लम है ये हर साल का प्रॉब्लम है, स्पेसिफिक इसी टाइम पे क्यों होता है। और यहाँ पे इतनी हालत ख़राब है। मैं जोधपुर में था 15 दिन, वहाँ जोधपुर में तो आसमान में आप तारे गिन लो, उत्तराखंड में चले जाओ वहाँ तारे गिन लो। तो गवर्नमेंट को कुछ करना चाहिए। ब्लेम गेम चल रहा है कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट बोलती है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बोलती है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट, और 500 किलोमीटर की रेंज भी नहीं है। हरियाणा और पंजाब तो कोई एक ही, अगर देखा जाए जोग्राफिकली कोई बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस नहीं है। तो कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए। खाली मुझे नहीं लगता कि खाली पराली का ही कारण है, और भी बहुत सारे कारण हैं। तो कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए, क्योंकि दिल्ली में रहना मतलब ये है, अगर आप दिल्ली में रह रहे हो तो अपनी लाइफ जो है आप 5-7 साल डेफिनेटली कम कर रहे हो कंपेयर टू अदर प्लेस जहाँ पे ये सब स्थिति नहीं है। तो स्थिति बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। कुछ ना कुछ ज़रूर होना चाहिए, मुझे लगता है।
Stage 4 of the Graded Response Action Plan has been implemented out here in the national capital, which means that vehicles coming from outside the borders of the national capital, they would be checked and stopped, and only those vehicles that are carrying essential commodities or are operating or CNG or on electronic mode will be allowed to enter the national capital. Currently, I am reporting from one such border of the NCR region. This road connects Ghazipur, Uttar Pradesh state towards the national capital. If I could just move out of the frame and try and show you in the visuals over here, that none of the vehicles
Welcome back, and we continue to report on the air quality worsening, not just here in Delhi in the north of the country, but now in other parts of the country as well. This has been a problem in various districts of Uttar Pradesh are reporting. But talking about Delhi, it continues to dip. Over 2,000 farm fire instances have been reported in Punjab. Only yesterday, the government decided to implement the odd-even rule in Delhi from November 13 to November 20. Delhi Environment Minister will chair the meeting for implementation of the odd-even rule today. Remember, under this rule, the vehicles with the registration numbers ending with odd digits are allowed on odd days, and so goes for the even dates as well. Grade 4 measures, or the graded response action plan 4 measures, they have been invoked in Delhi amid the increasing pollution level. Construction activities in public projects have been halted, schools are shut, the entry of trucks and light motor vehicles have been shut, commercial vehicles have been shut here in the national capital. My colleagues with these reports.
With pollution levels lingering in the severe category, Delhi is struggling for fresh air. I'm standing at Kartavya Path, and behind me is the iconic India Gate. This spot has become a prominent spot to check the visibility, and as of today, we have a better visibility. You can see India Gate in the backdrop, where you are able to see India Gate from 200 meters, but on the other side, we have Rashtrapati Bhavan. In fact, this is the Kartavya Path, and in fact, you can get an idea of the visibility that Rashtrapati Bhavan, which in general days is visible from this particular spot, is invisible today. And in fact, when we talk about the conditions in the national capital, so we know that how the 4th level of graded response action plan has been invoked. Several sort of measures, several sort of steps have been taken by the state governments. In fact, schools have been shut.
Well, let's tell you about the air quality index in different parts of the NCR, in different parts of Delhi. And it will tell you what kind of air are we breathing. 443 across the world. If you have in any developed part of the world these kind of air quality levels, there would be far more emergency, far more stringent measures that would be in place. It seems to have become, unfortunately, a routine in Delhi. Well above 400, that has been the mark. Pusa, of course, is one exception, but 298, very unhealthy. That's not the air quality that human beings should really live into. In Noida as well, the situation is worrisome, over 400. In Mundka, 352, Greater Noida, 703. That's a hazardous level of air quality index. Faridabad 314, the industrial area, it seems to have come down here. But this is completely dependent on the natural factors, the wind speed. God willing, if there's rain that happens, we'll get respite and relief from it. Anand Vihar 504, at least they're recording right now. At one point, it was well past 999 in Gurugram. It continues to be in the hazardous levels in different sectors of Gurugram. The AQI was between 300 to 400. In Punjabi Bagh at 411. On an average, in Delhi right now, most of the areas report between 300 to 400, which is the hazardous category. Listen in to what Delhi Minister Gopal Rai said.
दिल्ली में पिछले 30 अक्टूबर से प्रदूषण के स्तर में धीरे धीरे बढ़ोतरी देखी जा रही है। वैज्ञानिकों का, मौसम विभाग का जो विश्लेषण है, उसके अनुसार 30 अक्टूबर से जो दिल्ली के अंदर प्रदूषण के स्तर में बढ़ोतरी दर्ज की जा रही है, उसका मुख्य कारण टेम्परेचर का लगातार गिरना और हवा की स्पीड 30 अक्टूबर से लगातार ठहराव की स्थिति में है। पूरे 365 दिन दिल्ली के प्रदूषण को कम करने के लिए काम हो रहा है, समर एक्शन प्लान के माध्यम से और विंटर एक्शन प्लान के माध्यम से।
And let's get you some news coming in from the maximum city of Mumbai a day after High Court GRAP. The Mumbai AQI, the air quality index in the city of Mumbai, has worsened. Some areas have reported very poor AQI. Chembur is reporting the worst levels right now. The AQI is at 303. This is unknown in Mumbai. The rampant construction activities and the cutting of trees, many argue, are the prime causes of it. The petitioner who went to the Mumbai High Court, listen in as to what he said.
Sir, if you could tell us what was the court's order today, what were the arguments that were put forth?
See, the court itself, we are so happy that the court has shown so much sensitivity. The court itself realizes that the Mumbai's air quality is very bad and it's dangerous. They asked the government whether human health was something which can be taken very lightly, because the argument from the government side was that the construction is important, development work will stop. So the court has very clearly said that people's health is more important, your construction activities are not so important. And whatever the court said, that it is not, we are not fighting against each other, we are trying to find a solution. So let us take some steps which will help understand whether it is making any difference. So that is the reason why they have said that the movement of construction material for the next 4 days till Friday will be halted, and people will come to know or we can judge for ourselves whether the air quality is better. And MPCB and the CPCB have been told to real-time monitoring for these 4 days. So after 4 days, the court will decide whether they should continue to have more strict measures or some remedial measures which have to be needed. What we need to understand is that already the air is toxic. Now it is the dust which is in the air which is killing us or which is making us sick. Now when the cracker smoke mixes with it, that entire dust becomes lethal. It is coated with chemicals and it gives you more infections. So there should be some timings. Now it is winter is setting in. So in the winter the air doesn't rise up.
Cutting across to my colleague Vinya Deshpande, who is with us on the broadcast. Vinya, unfortunate the manner in which the air quality has worsened in Mumbai. The High Court RAP which came in. But what are the key causes that have been identified so far?
Well, yes, it's extremely unfortunate. A day after the High Court RAP for the state government, we are seeing that in fact Mumbai's air quality has only worsened. The primary cause of concern and the primary reasons for the worsening air quality are the rampant construction activity that is going on, combined with the air pollution caused by vehicles. Now, since majority of this air pollution is being caused by the rampant construction activities, and it's the state which is actually one of the biggest culprits, because most of these are key infrastructure projects. Several high-rise constructions are also going on. We are seeing that while on one hand the Bombay High Court has tried to put in place the guidelines which need to be implemented strictly, the BMC itself has come up with a set of guidelines that it says it will implement. But as of now, we are seeing that there is some confusion, though it is each ward officer that is supposed to be the nodal officer to make sure that these rules are implemented. We are seeing rampant flouting of these rules. Construction activities continue unabated, and it is because of this that Mumbaikars continue to suffer. In fact, one of the recent surveys showed that almost 80% of those surveyed had complained of breath-related illnesses in Mumbai. Today, the AQI index itself is quite telling. We see that an area like Chembur has reported very poor air quality. It's 303.
Yeah.
Now, remember, for the last few days, Mumbai has been showing bad air quality, but today it seems particularly worse. An area like BKC, Kalanagar has reported the AQI of 208, which is again poor.
Yeah.
The overall AQI of Mumbai stands at 145, which is moderate. But considering the range at which Mumbai was in the last few days, even this is worse than the daily level. Back to you.
Well, here in Delhi, we are breathing in a toxic haze, and we hope that situation doesn't arise for Mumbai. It's the human cost of development that most developing nations, including India, are paying right now. We hope that there are long-term and medium-term measures. We continue tracking that story. The focus on the Phase 1 polling in the state of Chhattisgarh and the polling in Mizoram continues to remain our top focus. It's a wrap on this edition. On the other side, the news and updates continue. Stay tuned, stay with us.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Brought to you by
No vehicles that are crossing this border are being checked. They are being allowed to travel inside the national capital unabated. Over the past 1 month, we have seen that several stages of the Graded Response Action Plan has been implemented out here in the national capital, but the reality on the ground seems to be absolutely different, because there are very few checkpoints that have been placed out here in the national capital to make sure that the GRAP, that is reason why the GRAP is implemented, that could also be implemented on the ground apart from being implemented on paper. A big reason behind this is being said that the civil defense volunteers who are part of the Delhi government have actually given up their job because they haven't gotten the salary for a very long time, and that is the reason why they are not deployed on the ground, making sure that whatever measures that have been implemented through the GRAP policy, that is implemented on the ground as well. So yes, it remains to be seen if at all the Delhi government can find some way to make sure that whatever policies they are trying to bring in at this point in time to make sure that the air quality remains under control and people of Delhi are allowed to breathe in fresh air, that is implemented on the ground. But yes, hectic parleys are continuing between the Delhi government and the Delhi administration, but we are still waiting to see some concrete solution that is given out and that could be implemented on the ground, which could eventually mean that the people of Delhi who are running from pillar to post to just get a grasp of fresh air can actually breathe in fresh air and air that is safe for them, safe for the children and safe for their parents as well. Fourth straight day when the AQI in the national capital has remained in the severe category, which means the AQI has remained above 400 for 4 consecutive days, which means that the air that the people of Delhi are breathing is becoming toxic and worse day by day. Currently I am reporting from the pollution hotspot of the national capital, that is the Anand Vihar bus terminal. From today itself, the Graded Response Action Plan Stage 4 has been implemented, which means due to which we can expect that the traffic in the national capital might be under control. But if I could show you in the visuals over here, these are the kind of visuals that we are bringing to you live from Anand Vihar terminal. If you could see the manner in which the vehicles are still plying on the road according to the GRAP that has been implemented, the stage 4 of the GRAP that has been implemented. No vehicles who are operating on diesel engines should be allowed to enter the national capital until and unless they are helping in essential commodities, or they are operating on CNG or electronic engines. But yes, we can see that there is very little check and balances that have been made at this point in time, and vehicles are being allowed to move freely from outside the national capital to within the national capital. Many other steps have also been taken by the Delhi government. If I could just show you in the visuals on the other side of the road, the sprinklers are being used by the Delhi government to make sure that the pollutants that are on the road, the dust particles that are on the road, they stay down and they do not get up in the air, which would eventually mean that the AQI will get even worse. But yes, steps like these can only be seen like a drop in the ocean, because yes, the AQI in the national capital is continuously deteriorating.
Very good morning, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18, your election news headquarters, and we continue to track the big story coming in from the poll-bound state of Chhattisgarh. The phase 1 polling has begun. It's the Naxal-dominated 20 constituencies which are going to vote today. Heavy security arrangements in place and a sharp eye on the northeastern state of Mizoram as well, which polls in a single phase. Our reporters on the ground getting you a pulse, our top focus on CNN News 18. and voting for the first phase of Chhattisgarh Assembly elections that's underway. We got you those ground reports. While there is a huge concern around the security situation, there was an unfortunate incident that was reported, an IED blast. Men, women, elderly have come out in huge numbers to celebrate this festival of democracy in the Naxal-dominated region, which yearns for more development in the times to come. Casting your ballot is the single most important duty of every citizen. And more importantly, most of the people living in this area are doing their duty by coming out in huge numbers. The visuals on your screen right now, as I said, 20 seats, 12 in the Naxal hotbed Bastar and 8 in Rajnandgaon will be deciding the fate of more than 223 candidates. While focus, as I said, will be on the security arrangements, multi-layer security arrangements have been made. The high-profile seat to watch out for is the seat of former Chief Minister and BJP leader Raman Singh, the seat of Rajnandgaon. That will be closely watched. This is the only seat which the BJP retained in the last election. The Congress had swept through the region in the assembly elections of 2018. And also the by-elections that happened subsequently. We'll continue getting you all the voices, all the stories from the heartland. Right now, this report by my colleague Manoj Sharma.
तगड़ी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था में नक्सल प्रभावित बस्तर में लोकतंत्र के उत्सव का जोश देखिए। कितनी लंबी कतारें हैं, महिलाएं घंटों से इंतजार कर रही हैं। सुबह 6 बजे से, मैं यहाँ सुबह से देख रहा हूँ कि 6 बजे से यहाँ लंबी लंबी कतार लगी हुई है और लोग अपनी बारी का इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि वो वोट डाल सकें। ये देखिए, एक तरफ पुरुषों की लाइन है, एक तरफ महिलाओं की लाइन है और ये एक मतदान केंद्र जो छापर भानपुरी मतदान केंद्र है चित्रकूट विधानसभा का, नक्सल प्रभावित बस्तर की चित्रकूट विधानसभा में ये लोग अपना इंतजार कर रहे हैं। तगड़े सुरक्षा के इंतजाम यहाँ पर किए गए हैं, लेकिन नक्सलियों की तरफ से एक बाइकआउट की जो कॉल होती है चुनाव के बहिष्कार की, उसके बावजूद लोगों में वोट डालने का उत्साह है। राइट टू वोट, अपने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल करना। बहुत देर से इंतजार ये कर रहे हैं, उन लोगों से हम बात करते हैं। बहुत देर से आए हुए हैं आप?
जी।
वोट डालना चाहते हैं?
जी।
इंतजार लंबा हो गया?
लंबा हो गया, ड्यूटी करूंगी मैं अभी जाके।
कितने बजे आ गए थे?
6 बजे।
6 बजे से आए हुए हैं?
लाइन लगे हैं, बाहर में थे सब कोई।
आपको दिखाएंगे जहाँ लंबी कतारें। देखिए, चूंकि बहुत देर हो गई है तो यहाँ पर बैठ के अपने छोटे छोटे बच्चों को साथ लेकर आए हैं। इत्मीनान से, धीरज के साथ बैठे हुए हैं, लेकिन वोट डालेंगे। छोटे से बच्चे को साथ लेकर आए हैं, बच्चे के हाथ में आई कार्ड है, माँ साथ में बैठी हुई है, इंतजार कर रही है कि जब उनका मौका आएगा तो वो भी वोट डालें। वोट डालने आए हैं? तो बच्चे को तो सुबह से ले आई आप? हाँ? कितने बजे क्या है?
8 बजे। 8 बजे।
8 बजे आए थे तो वोट डाल के ही जाएंगे?
Also, some latest news coming in, and this is the news coming in from Chhattisgarh. The former female commander of the Amdai area community. Now, she's one of the she's somebody who was earlier a part of the Naxal insurgency and now has surrendered and joined the mainstream. She has voted for the first time after believing in democracy. After surrendering, Sumitra Sahu became a constable and is fighting the Naxalites right now. These kind of stories become very important because they tell you how the extremist elements who were at one point a threat to the internal security can become a part of mainstream, can believe in the democratic discourse and aid the process of development in the state of Chhattisgarh. Various parts that still await basic development which needs to be seen. We saw the senior police officials from Bastar region coming out and voting, and these are all the images, the stories which will encourage people to come out in huge numbers. The image on your screen right now, and the fact that this image is flashing on TV screens, being put out in the social media, is a loud message to all the Naxal elements who deter people from voting. In different parts, as my colleague has been reporting, there is a huge internal security concern, in fact, a threat perception which has existed in multiple districts where the Naxals have said, especially in Sukma and Bijapur, that if you go out and vote, it could be a threat to your life. But despite that, people have come out in huge numbers. There was a gentleman on a wheelchair, an elderly person, women who have come out in huge numbers who have voted. They outnumber the male voters right now. You saw the reports by my colleague Manoj Sharma as well. There are people at the polling booths who have been waiting since morning in Chitrakoot, these are heartening stories of consolidation of democracy, democratic processes in different parts in hinterland where the democratic process is yet to be established far more firmly so that development can go forward. Now, if you go back to the history of the state of Chhattisgarh, and we are particularly talking about the Naxal-dominated belt, Jan Jangal Zameen, people, land and resources have dominated the discourse, the political discourse. This was one of the fundamental reasons why Chhattisgarh was carved out of Madhya Pradesh so that better development can take place. The state government and central government in coordinated efforts have made huge steps in ensuring that the red corridor is eliminated from India's map. The effect and dominance or any kind of influence that these Naxal elements have is put down as much as possible, and that has happened. Going forward, more and more areas can get a primary health care center. They can get basic education and the development that they deserve as the citizens of this country. Let's talk to Arunima. She's been reporting from the ground. This is a former female commander of the Amdai Area Committee of Naxalites. And Arunima, these visuals, these images are very important.
The symbolism of it is extremely important. Somebody who had enforced boycott of democratic process of election for 13 long years, somebody who's used the power of the gun to tell people to not come out and vote, now finally realizing the power of that ballot. So from that to now, her life has turned a full circle, and I have been speaking to officials on the ground. This seems to be their strategy as well, that for the local tribals, the way the CPI Maoist structure is made, the top leadership is mostly people who were from erstwhile Andhra Pradesh. Now most of their districts are in Telangana. So the top leadership is not really from Chhattisgarh. It is the people in the middle rung and in the local Janatan Sarkar, which is the lowest level of CPI Maoists. Those are the tribals who are at the forefront. So when an encounter happens, the maximum casualty could be for them because they are in the outer ring. To convince them that they are being used as cannon fodder, to convince them that it is the power of the ballots that will give them development, to convince them that this ideology that your resources are going to be taken away by the government is not the correct ideology. That is the real win for the system. And like I said, officers on the ground have been telling me that that has been their approach, encouraging surrenders, encouraging the tribal population here to become a part of mainstream and avoid encounters which results in the local population taking the bullet, and that antagonizes people even more. So that approach is also working, it seems.
Arunima, before we talk about more issues that have dominated the political discourse, any numbers, any trends that we're getting in terms of number of people who have come out and voted? Of course, there are special circumstances that exist in the Naxal belt. Yes, please go ahead, make your point.
Yeah, the numbers have just come, Anusha. I am just give me a moment. So I'm just reading out the numbers to you. Most encouraging figure has come from Narayanpur. Narayanpur till about 9 a.m. had 12% voting. Rajnandgaon is almost half, 6.43. Rajnandgaon, Dr. Raman Singh's constituency. Dr. Raman Singh himself will vote from Kavardha, and we are told that voting could happen around 4 o'clock. Before that, he's keeping an eye on the rest of the state, even though he has not been declared. Effectively, he's the CM face as far as BJP is concerned. So Rajnandgaon is seeing 6.43% voting till about 9 o'clock. Bijapur extremely low, 4.5% till 9 a.m. Bijapur is one of those districts where Naxals have thrown pamphlets at every nook and corner, threatening poll officials, and Bijapur and Sukma are two heavily Naxal affected districts. Kanker 15.9%. Bhanu Pratappur 16.9%, Antagar 17.44%. Kanker again important, 15.9% is important because in the last 2 days, Kanker has seen the maximum number of incidents. In fact, the report that has just come to me says that in the Kukanar area of Kanker, one more IED has exploded, injuring one DRG Jawan. DRG is the District Reserve Guard of the Chhattisgarh Police. So one more incident has been reported from Kanker, the third one in the last 36 hours or so, and in spite of that, people of Kanker coming out and voting. We are told it is almost touching 16% now. Voting began early in this area from 7 a.m.
I'm trying to look at the numbers that have come in, especially from the Bastar region in the last few years. And if you look at since the 1980s up to 2018, the voter percentage has significantly gone up. Is there a comparative analysis that you can put out compared to 2018? What do the trends tell you, Arunima? What do the numbers tell you?
So I will be very upbeat about the numbers that are coming in from Kanker and Narayanpur. These are areas. What is Narayanpur? Narayanpur is the gateway to Abuj Mar. To give you a sense of Abuj Mar was a name given. Mar is jungle. Abuj is something you cannot penetrate.
Yeah.
So that was such heavily forested area that you just couldn't penetrate Abuj Mar, and that's why it became the center of the Naxal movement here in Chhattisgarh. From there till now, when Narayanpur has turned a leaf over, Narayanpur numbers are very encouraging. Kanker, we've already spoken about. In spite of these incidents of IDs happening, Kanker is coming out and voting. The real area of concern will be Konta in Sukma and in Bijapur, because Naxals have been pushed away from the other districts of Bastar division, and now their core area is Sukma and Bijapur. In Tondamarka in Sukma, you've already seen this morning one incident happening, one CRPF personnel getting ankle injury, being airlifted to Raipur. Bijapur, we have not heard anything so far, but the voting percentage is very low. But this is, usually the voting here is, and we are in November. It's supposed to be, chilly, but the heat here is unbearable even in November. And therefore voters mostly come out, try and finish it off before the sun hits its peak.
Yeah.
So in the next 2 hours, that window is significant. We have to see how much voters can really push the number up. But so far, it looks encouraging.
It looks encouraging, and the numbers are encouraging. If you look at the numbers in Bastar and also in Rajnandgaon, but especially in Bastar, in the last few decades, the voting percentage has significantly gone up. And as Arunima was pointing out, in various districts and areas where there was a high threat perception, even there, the voters turnout has been very, very encouraging. Thank you, Arunima, for getting us all those details. A press conference by the BJP. We're cutting across to that.
लेकिन कांग्रेस सदा काले धन के पक्ष में ही रही है। तो कांग्रेस तो चलती ऐसे है। केंद्र की सरकार इनकी 10 साल थी, 2G घोटाला, CWG घोटाला, कोयला घोटाला, अंतरिक्ष घोटाला, सबमरीन घोटाला, अगुस्ता वेस्टलैंड घोटाला, नेशनल हेरल्ड घोटाला। अब जिसके आका ही घोटाले वाले हों तो भूपेश बघेल जी कहाँ पीछे रहते?
तो इंडी गठबंधन को लेकर अखिलेश यादव का कहना है कि मध्य प्रदेश के बड़े नेता नहीं चाहते कि गठबंधन हो, और दिल्ली के नेता के इशारे पर ये सब हो रहा है।
देखिए, ये गठबंधन मैंने पहले दिन कहा था, इनका ना नेता है, ना नीति है, और नीयत में भी खोट है। ये अधिकतर लोग इनमें से भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोपों से घिरे हुए हैं और केवल अपनी जान बचाने के लिए एक दूसरे के साथ आए हैं। इनकी जमीन तो रही नहीं, अब ये केवल जमानत पे बाहर निकले हुए नेता के इकट्ठे मिलकर आए।
कांग्रेस के केस में भी एक वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है। कल प्रियंका गांधी ने भी सवाल खड़े किए और बोले कृषि मंत्री के बेटे का वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है, जिसकी बीजेपी जांच की है।
बिल्कुल, उन्होंने तो पहले उस पर कंप्लेंट दायर कर दी है, और ऐसी ओछी राजनीति कोई करेगा तो कंप्लेंट तो पहले करनी चाहिए, सत्य भी सामने आना चाहिए।
सर, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे पिछली बार आए तो उन्होंने कहा कि शिवराज झूठी घोषणाओं के दम पर नौटंकी कर जनता का वोट मांग रहे हैं और वो फिर आ जा रहे हैं।
मैं आपका धन्यवादी हूं, आपने सवाल पूछा। देश की जनता के सामने मैं आज एक बात रख रहा हूं। मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश का 4थी बार का सांसद हूं, केंद्र में मंत्री हूं, और ये सूचना मैं आपको देने आया हूं। ये कांग्रेस की गारंटी कांग्रेस की तरह फेल हिमाचल प्रदेश में भी हो गई, कर्नाटक में भी हो गई। कांग्रेस ने गारंटी दी थी 1500 रुपये महिलाओं के खाते में डालेंगे। 11 महीने होने को आए, 1 रुपया नहीं आया। कांग्रेस फेल, गारंटी फेल। दूसरा कहा था 100 रुपये लीटर दूध और 2 रुपये किलो गोबर खरीदेंगे, एक से भी नहीं खरीदा, गारंटी फेल, कांग्रेस भी फेल। कांग्रेस ने कहा था बागवान अपने दाम स्वयं तय करेंगे फसलों की कीमत, ना खरीदा ना दाम तय हुए। आप सब ने वीडियो देखा, निकालिए कैसे नदियों नालों में सेब बहाए गए।
प्रति मानक बोरा के दर से तेंदुपत्ता और 4000 वार्षिक आपको बोनस दिया जाएगा। बच्चों की पढ़ाई में कोई शुल्क नहीं लगेगा। KG to PG पहली कक्षा से लेके अब पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन तक के आपको पढ़ाई में कोई खर्च नहीं होगा। उसी प्रकार से 35 किलो राशन सभी परिवार को मिलेगा, चाहे APL हो, BPL हो, 500 रुपया गैस सिलेंडर, जितने भी जिसके पास भी गैस कनेक्शन है, चाहे उज्ज्वला हो या दूसरे, सबको उसका लाभ मिलेगा। उसी के साथ साथ जो स्वास्थ्य योजना है डॉक्टर खूबचंद बघेल, उसे 5 लाख से बढ़ा के 10 लाख कर दिया गया है और दुर्घटना में पूरा खर्च हमारी सरकार उठाएगी, आपका आशीर्वाद मिलेगा। उसी प्रकार से 200 यूनिट तक की बिजली जलाने पर कोई बिल नहीं आएगा। 5 साल जो हम लोग काम किए हैं उसे नक्सलवाद बहुत पीछे हट गया है।
जिस तरीके के रिएक्शंस आ रहे हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है लोगों ने तय कर लिया है कि इस बार डर को हराना है और डेमोक्रेसी को जिताना है। क्या कहेंगे आप?
आज लोकतंत्र का सबसे बड़ा त्यौहार है। मतदाता के रूप में हम सबको मतदान करने का बहुमूल्य अधिकार मिला हुआ है। तो मैं बस्तर के सभी मतदाताओं से विनम्र अपील करता हूं कि आप सभी अपने मतदान केंद्र में जाएं, अपने मताधिकार का उपयोग करें और लोकतंत्र को मजबूत बनाने में सहभागी बने। पुनः कहूँगा कि आप घर से निकलिए, मतदान केंद्र जाइए और एक जिम्मेदार नागरिक बनिए।
तो उनके लिए आपने बहुत सारे इंतजाम भी किए हैं, मॉडल बूथ्स भी बनाए गए हैं, सुरक्षा के लिहाज से भी आपने बहुत सारे स्टेप्स लिए हैं, तो ये भी एक कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है।
हमारे जैसे 7 जिले में 7 जिले हैं हमारे, तो 2974 मतदान केंद्र हैं। सभी जगह फ्री, फेयर एंड पीसफुल ढंग से मतदान चल रहा है।
The issues that matter to the people of Chhattisgarh, especially the Naxal-dominated belt, 20 constituencies in Bastar and Rajnandgaon that vote today. We tell you about those issues, what has dominated the political discourse and much more. Coal mining, the Mahadev app scam and the liquor trade scam alleged by the BJP are the key issues that have been spoken of before the polling. Congress has claimed that BJP kept Chhattisgarh marginalized and also polarized and development never reached the people. Baghel promoted regional festivals, sports and culture. That's what the Congress party says. And that's how a strong indigenous identity of the state could be built. There are several instances of clashes over religious conversions. The allegation of the BJP that missionaries have been allowed a free run and the Congress government is not acting tough. Ban on liquor was a poll promise of the Congress party, but that was not fulfilled. Something that was pointed out by the BJP. You also heard Anurag Thakur talking about various other schemes. Jobs, of course, is an important issue, whether it's Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh. But government jobs in a state like Chhattisgarh become very important because the private sector is very limited there. BJP alleges that there is no proper infrastructure development that has taken place in the last 5 years. Congress, of course, disagrees and points out to the various schemes that have been flagged off by the present government and Bhupesh Baghel. Let's cut across to some more, details. The Naxal belt and how it votes today. This is a very important one. This is one region of Chhattisgarh where development is yet to reach in the same capacity like it has in the rest of the country. 120 villages will vote in their own area. These are polling booths that have been set up for the first time. These villages were voting, but they were going to a different polling center because of the security threat that existed. It's a huge step forward. It's consolidation of democracy that we're talking about. 126 polling booths in 40 interior villages, and this is the heartland of the red corridor which the government of India is now breaching. Democracy reaching nook and corners, and the hope is that so the development will follow. Helicopters have been used to transport the polling staff. The polling closes at around 3 p.m. because much before the sunset, the EVMs need to be secured. 156 booths in the Naxal hotbed districts. Highly guarded, multi-layered security. ID Blast told us the kind of dangers that lie in the way Chandameta village gets a polling booth. This village never had a polling booth earlier. They were voting separately amidst threats and pamphlets that were circulated by the Naxalites. The booth has been set up for 5 voters in a single village. You have seen these kind of stories in television and films, but the reality is far more vivid and it's far more fascinating. It's a 3-layer security for over 600 polling booths which are in these highly sensitive areas. All 20 constituency in some form or manner have security, high levels of security, but there are highly sensitive areas that have been given a special security cover, multi-layer security covered by the different agencies, by the different personnel who are guarding the polling booths right now. Let's listen in to the voices which are coming in on the story on the state of Chhattisgarh, which votes for the first phase today.
So, what is the arrangement that you have done? Because it's a political statement when people here come out and vote. That itself is a political statement.
So, today on 7th of November, voting for the first phase of election Chhattisgarh Assembly, we have like polls in 12 assembly constituency of Bastar range. All security arrangements are in place, like in the polling station as well as in the surrounding area. We have like deployed special forces, we have deployed CAPF and the local police force also, and the local administration. They have ensured like all necessary arrangement to facilitate like easy voting for all the voters. So we are hopeful of very good voting this time, and like all security personnel, like not only within the Bastar range, the bordering states of Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, they also deployed their special forces across the border. So far like the polling is going on very well. Hopeful of good like response from the voters this time.
So, but there already have been some incidents that have been reported. We saw over the last 24 hours in Kanker specifically, at least 2 incidents this morning in Sukhma. Can you give us the details of the incidents that have happened?
It is a typical modus operandi of the CPM Maoist cadres during elections, whether it is a general election or assembly or even local body election. They try to attack the police personnel or the polling parties. For that matter, like they have like wide target base during this time. Their only objective is to create a fear psychosis among the public by targeting the soft targets or the security personnel. But the local population, native population, they have realized the real and ugly face of the Maoist, which is an anti-democratic, anti-development and anti-people face. So these kind of activities won't hinder the enthusiasm of the voters, and we are confident like for the next few hours like everything will be going on smooth.
All right, let's cut across to some latest news coming in, and this is not a good development. One more ID blast in Kanker has been reported. One DRG of the Chhattisgarh police has been injured. Kuknar area of Kanker district in Chhattisgarh is the area where this blast has taken place. Arunima tracking all the developments from Jagdalpur. She is in Bastar region, tracking all the developments, getting us all the details. This is the second ID explosion that has been reported since morning, ever since the polling started today. The consolidation of democracy in the red corridor is something that is clearly worrying the Naxalites. Cutting across to Arunima, who will give us more details. Arunima, over to you. Tell us more.
So this is being treated as a minor blast. That's what senior officers told me, that this is not a serious injury to the DRG Jawan. And I think their preliminary analysis suggests that the IET also did not carry a large quantity of explosive. It resulted in injury to the foot of the DRG Jawan. This is the second incident of a pressure IED in Kanker in the last 24 hours. And the third incident of Naxals engaging with the forces there in the last 2 days or so. So Kanker suddenly seems to have become the hotspot, an area which was not being seen as a district which has predominant Naxal presence like Sukhma or Bijapur. Yes, there is Naxal presence here, but not as much as Sukhma and Bijapur. So for the Naxal commanders to make their presence felt in this way is only trying to send a message across that we are here. We are still here. We have not been eliminated. But you just heard the IGP of Bastar, Mr. P. Sundarraj, not getting overtly affected by these incidents, saying that we were expecting that the Naxals will try and sabotage, as long as it is not major, as long as it is not a major loss of life and not grievous injuries, we will have to take it in our stride, is the message that the establishment here seems to be conveying.
All right. Thank you so much, Arunima, for putting all of that into perspective. One more minor ID blast has been reported, but this is not a major one. The polling continues in all the districts and parts of Chhattisgarh, which are covered under the Phase 120 constituencies that vote. Some more voices and reactions.
छत्तीसगढ़ में पहले चरण का मतदान आज होने जा रहा है। कुल मिलाकर आदिवासी मतदाताओं में मतदान का उत्साह है, लेकिन मतदान का सबसे बड़ा उत्साह हमें एक बुजुर्ग महिला की तरफ हम देख सकते हैं। 105 साल इनकी उम्र है। वोटिंग आपने कितने बार किया है?
कितने बार डाले उल्टे वोट? वही बोलते माँ ने बाप ने भाई ने बोलेगा हुआ बेटा तेरा
यहीं रहते थे। आप यहीं के हो?
पैदा हुई।
अच्छा।
पैदा हुई, यहाँ शादी करना है। तो वही लिखा था रामल करने है घर के सामने, वहाँ
क्या लगता है आपको, किसकी सरकार के लिए आपने मतदान किया कि समस्याओं को लेकर मतदान किया? किस लिए मतदान किया आपने?
किसके लिए लड़े? हाँ, फिर अंग्रेज कर दिया, कांग्रेस।
मुझे तो लगता है कि मैं तीसरी बार जीतूंगा और हैट्रिक
बनाने में सफल होऊंगा। कोंडागांव विधानसभा में जो भ्रांतियां हैं कि 2 बार से तीसरी बार नहीं जीतता, वो मिथ तक टूटेगा ऐसा मुझे लगता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस पार्टी से नहीं लड़ पा रही है, इसीलिए ईडीआईटी और अन्य संस्थानों का दुरुपयोग करके, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग करके उनको डराने धमकाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है।
इस समय नए मतदाता हो चाहे पुराने मतदाता हो, बहुत ही देखने को मिला गांव में कि बहुत जागरूक हैं और इस समय मतदाता परसेंट 80 से ऊपर वोटिंग होने की संभावना है। जिस टाइप के उत्साहित हैं लोग बाग, 80% से अधिक होने की संभावना है।
When we talk about election issues, our issues of urban India are very different from the issues that Bastar is facing. Their issues are as basic as getting electricity. I visited Retampura, which is on the Sukma-Dantewada border. Retampura has not seen electricity for 75 years. Since independence, they've never seen a bulb glow in their village. They've never seen an electricity booth because the younger generation is more aspirational. They want to use mobile phones, so they have come up with these inverter battery mechanisms, which is in 1 or 2 houses of Retampura, and they connect that to charge their mobiles. Even in rains, that becomes dysfunctional. So they walk for kilometers to the nearest village to get their mobile recharged. That is the kind of issue that we're talking about, electricity, to see a bulb in their village. In another village in Debakonta, when I went there, this is in the heart of Naxal territory inside Sukma. Debakonta, there is a school that has come up for the first time, and what does that school really look like? It has a tin roof and it has twigs from nearby branches that have been put together in a square, and the teacher at least comes there to teach these primary school students. The teacher himself told me that he was very scared when he was posted here because he had to travel 30 kilometers on bike on a road, and this is the same road that has just been blasted off from an IED. That is the road that he has to take. So every day it's a matter of life and death for these people. Their issues, I think us who come from urban India can't even fathom till we come here. So that's why I said, when they take that decision to reach the polling booth, they have made a huge political statement.
The festival of democracy and consolidation of democracy in the Naxal hotbed, where more and more polling booths have been set up. 2 minor instances of ID blasts have been reported, but the polling continues unhindered. We'll continue tracking that story and much more here on CNN News 18. For now, a very short.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2023. And the nominees for the entertainment category are Shah Rukh Khan, Mani Ratnam, Sunny Deol, Deepika Padukone, Manoj Bajpayee. Vote now on www.indianoftheyear.com and choose the Indians conquering the world.
For 4 days, the people of Delhi are being forced to breathe in this toxic air, whereas very little to no work has been done to improve the AQI out here in the national capital. But yes, one thing has remained constant over the past 1 decade, that is politics around the pollution levels out here in the national capital. Be it the Delhi government or be it the central government, we have seen the constant blaming of each other for this deteriorating air quality in the national capital. But yes, there is very little to no result that has been seen that could have improved the AQI out here in the national capital. Now what remains to be seen, that today is day 4 that Delhi continues to breathe in severe air quality, and it is expected that over the next few days the AQI will remain in the severe category itself because of the weather and wind conditions. Will our governments finally get their acts together and put in a policy that would make sure that the AQI in the national capital that turns the Delhi NCR region into a gas chamber year in and year out, that could be improved for once and for all.
बोल रहे हैं 900 से ऊपर चला गया। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि ये पराली का जो प्रॉब्लम है ये हर साल का प्रॉब्लम है, स्पेसिफिक इसी टाइम पे क्यों होता है। ब्लेम गेम चल रहा है कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट बोलती है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बोलती है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट। बोल रहे हैं 900 से ऊपर चला गया। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि ये पराली का जो प्रॉब्लम है ये हर साल का प्रॉब्लम है, स्पेसिफिक इसी टाइम पे क्यों होता है। और यहाँ पे इतनी हालत ख़राब है। मैं जोधपुर में था 15 दिन, वहाँ जोधपुर में तो आसमान में आप तारे गिन लो, उत्तराखंड में चले जाओ वहाँ तारे गिन लो। तो गवर्नमेंट को कुछ करना चाहिए। ब्लेम गेम चल रहा है कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट बोलती है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बोलती है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट। और 500 किलोमीटर की रेंज भी नहीं है। हरियाणा और पंजाब तो कोई एक ही, अगर देखा जाए जोग्राफिकली कोई बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस नहीं है। तो कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए। खाली मुझे नहीं लगता कि खाली पराली का ही कारण है, और भी बहुत सारे कारण हैं। तो कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए, क्योंकि दिल्ली में रहना मतलब ये है, अगर आप दिल्ली में रह रहे हो तो अपनी लाइफ जो है आप 5-7 साल डेफिनेटली कम कर रहे हो कंपेयर टू अदर प्लेस जहाँ पे ये सब स्थिति नहीं है। तो स्थिति बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। कुछ ना कुछ ज़रूर होना चाहिए, मुझे लगता है।
Stage 4 of the Graded Response Action Plan has been implemented out here in the national capital, which means that vehicles coming from outside the borders of the national capital, they would be checked and stopped, and only those vehicles that are carrying essential commodities or are operating or CNG or on electronic mode will be allowed to enter the national capital. Currently, I am reporting from one such border of the NCR region. This road connects Ghazipur, Uttar Pradesh state towards the national capital. If I could just move out of the frame and try and show you in the visuals over here, that none of the vehicles, absolutely no vehicles that are crossing this border are being checked. They are being allowed to travel inside the national capital unabated. Over the past 1 month, we have seen that several stages of the Graded Response Action Plan has been implemented out here in the national capital, but the reality on the ground seems to be absolutely different.
Well, welcome back, and there's some latest news coming in. It's a war between the centre and the Tamil Nadu government that continues to escalate. It's a heated discourse. You have the DMK minister, Thangam Tennarasu, who has said that he wasn't able to participate in the NAM 200 event in Sri Lanka as the centre did not grant permission for his participation. He further said that Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin's video message wasn't telecasted in the event either. DMK and its allies claim that the central government did not allow Stalin's video to be telecasted. Listen in to what the DMK minister had to say.
அன்றைய தினம் ஏறத்தாழ ஒரு 8:30 மணி வரை தலைமைச் செயலகத்தில் நான் இருந்தேன். அங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய அதிகாரி இடத்திலே அதற்கான ஒப்புதல் வந்துவிட்டதா என்று விசாரிக்கிற போது அதுவரை வரவில்லை. மறுநாள் காலை விமானத்திலே நான் கொழும்பு செல்வதற்கான பயணத்திட்டங்கள் ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டு ஒழுங்கு செய்யப்பட்டிருந்தது. ஆனால் முதல் நாள் 1ஆம் தேதி இரவு 8:30 மணி வரை நான் தலைமைச் செயலகத்தில் இருக்கிற வரை இது வரவில்லை. அதற்கு பிறகு நான் அதிகாரிகளிடத்தில் கேட்டு இதற்கு பிறகு வருவது அத்தகைய அனுமதி வருவது கடினம் என்ற சூழ்நிலையில் அதற்கு பின்பு நான் இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய விழா ஏற்பாட்டாளர்களை அழைத்து சூழ்நிலை அவர்களிடத்திலே விளக்கி இந்த அனுமதி ஒன்றிய அரசிலிருந்து வராத காரணத்தால் அதுவரை வராத காரணத்தால் நான் பயணத்தை மேற்கொள்ள இயலாத நிலையில் இருப்பதை சுட்டிக்காட்டிவிட்டு என்னுடைய பயண ஏற்பாடுகளை நான் ரத்து செய்துவிட்டு வீடு திரும்பினேன். அதற்கு பிறகு ஒரு 9:30 மணிக்கு மேலே அந்த அனுமதி வந்திருக்கிறது. ஆனால் அதற்கு முன்னதாகவே நான் அந்த பயண ஏற்பாடுகள் எல்லாம் ரத்து செய்துவிட்டு.
Cutting across to my colleague Purnima, who is with us on the broadcast. Purnima, put this into context for us. The statement of the DMK minister. What is this event that we are talking about? What is the basis of all these allegations that have been made?
Well, the event took place on the 2nd of November in Sri Lanka. Initially, as per the minister, Chief Minister was invited for the event, and this is about the Sri Lankan Tamils, and this event was scheduled on the 2nd of November. The other chief guests included Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Annamalai, the state BJP president, was also there. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin was also invited, and because he had other commitments, he had in fact deployed the state finance minister Thangam Tennarasu to attend the event. And as per the minister's claims through the press conference, he had booked tickets and stay and planned to travel on the 2nd of November. But needed the central government's approval for his participation, did not get, and the delay in the central government's approval, he says that till 8:30 p.m. on the 1st of November, he had waited for the approval from the central government. He did not get it, and therefore he had in fact called the organizers and said that he won't be able to make it because the central government has not cleared his participation. And only by 9:30 did the central government ask him to go ahead, but by then the minister says that he had already told them that he won't be participating. However, the organizers then wanted Chief Minister's video and promised that it will be telecast, and they wanted the Chief Minister to record a message for the event. The Chief Minister in a span of 2 hours had recorded a message and had sent the video, but it was not telecast. And sources from the DMK say that it was because of the last minute video. They did not get approval from the central government. The central government had said that last minute changes will not happen, and therefore DMK now accuses the central government of trying to stop telecasting Chief Minister's video as well on the at the event.
All right, thank you, Purnima, for putting all of that into perspective. We move on and we talk about the air quality. Not just here in the national capital, in the north of the country, but these are unprecedented air quality levels and worse levels that have been reported in the maximum city of Mumbai, which has always had a relatively better air quality. Mumbai's AQI continues to worsen. Some areas report a very poor one. Chembur, BKC, they're gasping for breath. Chembur has reported an AQI of 303. Yesterday, there was a rap that came from the Mumbai High Court as well that had asked the various authorities, including the government, to come up with solutions for the crisis which is looming in right now. Chembur reported an AQI of 303, which is unusually high for the city of Mumbai in any area. The petitioner who moved the Mumbai High Court spoke to my colleague Vinaya Deshpande. He spoke to my colleague. Listen in to this conversation.
Sir, if you could tell us what was the court's order today, what were the arguments that were put forth?
See, the court itself, we are so happy that the court has shown so much sensitivity. The court itself realizes that the Mumbai's air quality is very bad and it's dangerous. They asked the government whether human health was something which can be taken very lightly, because the argument from the government side was that the construction is important, development work will stop. So the court has very clearly said that people's health is more important, your construction activities are not so important. And whatever the court said, that it is not, we are not fighting against each other, we are trying to find a solution. So let us take some steps which will help understand whether it is making any difference. So that is the reason why they have said that the movement of construction material for the next 4 days till Friday will be halted, and people will come to know or we can judge for ourselves whether the air quality is better, and MPCB and the CPCB have been told to real-time monitoring for this 4 days. So after 4 days, the court will decide whether they should continue to have more strict measures or some remedial measures which have to be needed. What we need to understand is that already the air is toxic. Now it is the dust which is in the air which is killing us or which is making us sick. Now when the cracker smoke mixes with it, that entire dust becomes lethal. It is coated with chemicals and it gives you more infections. So there should be some timings. Now it is winter is setting in. So in the winter the air doesn't rise up.
Cutting across to my colleague Vinaya Deshpande. Vinaya, yesterday when the hearing happened, were there any assurances that were given by the government or the authorities to the Mumbai High Court? There was a rap that came in, but if Delhi is an example or a case study in any way possible, authorities usually can only come up with a knee-jerk reaction and not a graded response plan or a long-term solution that one really hopes for.
Well, unfortunately, it seems like the same story is unfolding in Mumbai as well. I am here in Chembur-Mankhurd area, the same area which reported an AQI of 303, which is exceptionally worse for a city like Mumbai, which has been anywhere between 130 to 200, 210 in the last few days. What is it here at Mankhurd, as my video journalist Nitin Sonane is showing to you? There are chimneys which are throwing away white smoke in the skies. There is garbage piled up everywhere. As you can see, a thick layer of smog is still visible around the city, showing how bad the air quality of Mumbai continues to be in one of the worst affected areas. Now remember that the Bombay High Court has spoken of several restrictions that it wanted to place. It had spoken about the reasons for the high air pollution in Mumbai, while the authorities said that there were guidelines in place and that there was construction activity which was going on. Remember, the BMC has been made a nodal agency for implementation of air quality related grievances or issues. For almost a year now, it has only been recently that the BMC has come up with the guidelines. The question is also about the implementation of guidelines. While the ward offices have been made the nodal agencies for implementation, we are seeing that though the air quality continues to worsen day by day, there isn't even a basic courtesy to issue a health advisory by the BMC on a daily basis. So even as Mumbai's air quality has been reported to be bad for the last few days, our children continue to go to schools. Several people of different age groups continue to complain of breath-related illnesses. Even as the authorities continue to say that measures are being put in place, we are seeing that they are shoddy at best, and Mumbai's air quality has not yet improved.
Vinya, Delhi, because you spoke of it, and it is one of the worst examples to look at when it comes to the air quality index in the last 7 to 8 years and the manner in which the authorities have reacted. Delhi has extreme harsh winters. It's up here in the north. It's a particular geographical situation or conditions that exist. And because of the winters, wind speed, the pollution gets stuck. The geography of Mumbai was often touted to see that, look, because it's near the sea, the wind speed is good, the winters are not as harsh or as strong as you see in the north of the country, and those situations make the AQI much better compared to other cities across the country. But right now, what are the situations that have led to this particular site that we are witnessing right now? Is it rampant construction? Is it the cutting of trees? Have the authorities come up with any kind of explanation to explain us the circumstance that exists at this point in time?
Well, you're absolutely right. In some sense, Mumbai has continuously remained to be a blessed city. It's an island city. It's the sea winds that help take away pollution from the city. And though we have seen that a very large number of vehicles were on the streets, immediately after COVID period, I remember reporting on this, that suddenly when the number of vehicles on the streets increased again, Mumbai's AQI had dropped, and that was when the air pollution was blamed upon the growing number of vehicles. Now what is peculiar is that the wind pattern seems to have changed, and most importantly, It is the mega infrastructure projects that are coming across around Mumbai. So if you look at the coastal road, that's again coming up on the sea face. If you look at the MTHL, it's again connecting through the sea. These are massive infrastructure projects which are in some sense hindering the kind of easy breeze movement that the city had seen. So while on one
Vinya, I'm going to interrupt you there. Thank you so much for getting us all that news, because there's some news coming in from the Supreme Court and it is about the air pollution and the air quality index. Let's cut across to those details which are coming in. There are 5 states before the Supreme Court that have put up their responses. Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan and Delhi have filed their responses. Delhi says that GRAP 4 measures along with odd even have been implemented. They also talk about the various other restrictions that have been put in place. They also say, the Delhi government also says that cooperation is necessary from the neighbouring states to control the pollution levels. Delhi government argues that the efforts are underway to control the pollution levels, especially in the National Capital Territory. Ananya with us on the broadcast. Ananya, we spoke about what Delhi has said. I believe there has been a response by 5 states. Anything important that these 5 states have said that you can highlight for our viewers?
Well, definitely these 5 states also include the National Capital Territory, and if I'll read down the portion exactly for you, the Delhi government has said that they have implemented the GRAP 4 policy. The odd even scheme has now been implemented in order to control the vehicular pollution, and very, very importantly, Anusha, you know, it says that the cooperation from the neighboring state is required to control pollution. So now the Delhi government is back to its own, saying that, you know, the neighboring states should come in and go for tactics that actually reduces the pollution in the NCR region. Further, it goes on to say that the Delhi government had made sincere efforts last time in the last year to in fact control firecrackers, which are said to be one of the major reasons for pollution in the national capital. And however, because the other neighboring states, including Haryana, including UP, did not have a ban on firecrackers, that's the reason why in fact the pollution remained the same. The efforts of the Delhi government went into vain. Next comes up is in fact the Rajasthan government, which says that the stubble burning is not a common phenomena in the state of Rajasthan. 493 vehicles have been slapped with challans not having certificates of pollution control. It also goes on to say that in fact the next is the UP government, which says that immediate and long term, interestingly the Uttar Pradesh government has said that, you know, they're not only taking immediate measures but also long term measures to control these pollution menace, and in fact scientific help is being sought from IIT Kanpur and other top institutes of the country in order to,
you know, I appreciate you putting what the Delhi government has said, because they must be held accountable for what's happening in the national capital. But I'm particularly curious about what Punjab and Haryana have said. Farm fires in large numbers have been reported from these 2 states. It's a fact. That's not the sole cause of pollution, but a major cause of pollution. And controlling these pollution levels is something that has been spoken of. Has Punjab and Haryana said anything particular about stubble burning and farm fires, and what are they doing to control it?
Well, definitely, you know, if we go for since the Haryana government's affidavit that we had received was a little corrupt file, we could not read, we could not open that particular file when it had come to us. But the Punjab government has very, very categorically stated, and I'll quote, that the Punjab government says that sincere efforts are being made to control the stubble burning and making the state free from stubble burning incidents. In fact, the state of Punjab is making sincere endeavors to make the entire state free from stubble burning incidents in the coming years. However, it is stated that the problem of stubble burning, which is continuing for the last many years, will gradually decrease and vanish with the collective efforts of the state of Punjab and the central government. So now it has been taken by the Punjab government by and another important aspect, Anusha, that has been highlighted by the Punjab government is that they are using technology, they are using satellite imagery and Android apps to control and monitor the incidents of stubble burning in the state. So how much of it does it play up before the Supreme Court? What the Supreme Court will have to say today when the hearing comes up before the bench headed by the Mr. Sanjay Kishan Kaul and the other members of the bench. So we'll have to wait and watch for that, what happens next in this particular case.
Alright, interesting to see what Haryana also says, but stubble burning, and more importantly the fact that Aam Aadmi Party rules in Delhi and in Punjab. They came to power in Punjab and told the Delhites that once we have Punjab, we'll control the farm fires. That hasn't happened. We continue to choke here in the national capital. That story and much more on the other side of a quick break. Stay tuned, stay with us.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Very few checkpoints that have been placed out here in the national capital to make sure that the GRAP, that is a reason why the GRAP is implemented, that could also be implemented on the ground apart from being implemented on paper. A big reason behind this is being said that the civil defense volunteers who are part of the Delhi government have actually given up their job because they haven't gotten the salary for a very long time, and that is the reason why they are not deployed on the ground, making sure that whatever measures that have been implemented through the GRAP policy, that is implemented on the ground as well. So yes, it remains to be seen if at all the Delhi government can find some way to make sure that whatever policies they are trying to bring in at this point in time to make sure that the air quality remains under control and people of Delhi are allowed to breathe in fresh air, that is implemented on the ground. But yes, hectic parleys are continuing between the Delhi government and the Delhi administration, but we are still waiting to see some concrete solution that is given out and that could be implemented on the ground, which could eventually mean that the people of Delhi who are running from pillar to post to just get a grasp of fresh air can actually breathe in fresh air and air that is safe for them, safe for the children and safe for their parents as well. Today is the fourth straight day when the AQI in the national capital has remained in the severe category, which means the AQI has remained above 400 for 4 consecutive days, which means that the air that the people of Delhi are breathing is becoming toxic and worse day by day. Currently, I am reporting from the pollution hotspot of the national capital, that is the Anand Vihar bus terminal. From today itself, the Graded Response Action Plan Stage 4 has been implemented, which means due to which we can expect that the traffic in the national capital might be under control. But if I could show you in the visuals over here, these are the kind of visuals that we are bringing to you live from Anand Vihar terminal. If you could see the manner in which the vehicles are still plying on the road according to the GRAP that has been implemented, the stage 4 of the GRAP that has been implemented. No vehicles who are operating on diesel engines should be allowed to enter the national capital until and unless they are helping in essential commodities, or they are operating on CNG or electronic engines. But yes, we can see that there is very little check and balances that have been made at this point in time, and vehicles are being allowed to move freely from outside the national capital to within the national capital. Many other steps have also been taken by the Delhi government. If I could just show you in the visuals, on the other side of the road, the sprinklers are being used by the Delhi government to make sure that the pollutants that are on the road, the dust particles that are on the road, they stay down and they do not get up in the air, which would eventually mean that the AQI will get even worse. But yes, steps like these can only be seen like a drop in the ocean, because yes, the AQI in the national capital is continuously deteriorating. For the past 4 days, the people of Delhi are being forced to breathe in this toxic air, whereas very little to no work has been done to improve the AQI out here in the national capital. But yes, one thing has remained constant over the past 1 decade, that is politics around the pollution levels out here in the national capital. Be it the Delhi government or be it the central government, we have seen the constant blaming of each other for this deteriorating air quality in the national capital. But yes, there is very little to no result that has been seen that could have improved the AQI out here in the national capital. Now what remains to be seen, that today is day 4 that Delhi continues to breathe in severe air quality, and it is expected that over the next few days the AQI will remain in the severe category itself because of the weather and wind conditions. Will our governments finally get their acts together and put in a policy that would make sure that the AQI in the national capital that turns the Delhi NCR region into a gas chamber year in and year out, that could be improved for once and for all?
बोल रहे हैं 900 से ऊपर चला गया। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि ये पराली का जो प्रॉब्लम है।
Welcome back. It's been a month since Hamas attacked Israel's Supernova Music Festival, where at least 260 bodies from the site of the attack were recovered. There were hostages that were taken. More than 10,000 people have been killed in Gaza since Israel launched its military offensive. The Israeli Defense Forces said that it has struck hundreds of Hamas targets and taken control of the military compound in Gaza over the last 24 hours. According to authorities on both the sides, the latest violence has caused more than 1,400 deaths in Israel, 10,000, more than 10,000 Gaza as of 6th of November. A number of key leaders have met from both the sides to pitch about the humanitarian aid and to control the humanitarian crisis. The ongoing war continues with both leaders determined to destroy each other. Suffering is most deeply felt by the young, who may never see another sunrise. 50%, of course, is the children population in the Gaza Strip. There's the latest bit of news coming in, a statement by the Israeli Defense Forces. It's a big statement. They go on to say that IDF has eliminated Asifa, who's the commander of Hamas Deir al-Bala battalion. Asifa aided in the dispatch of thousands of terrorists to assault, abduct and murder the Israeli civilians on the 7th of October. Listen in to the voices coming in. This is the claim that the Israeli Defense Forces has made. Apart from the ground level assault, there were targeted attacks that were done on Hamas targets by the Israeli Defense Forces. And one of the key things that Israeli Defense Forces have argued is that till the time Hamas leadership is completely eliminated, they will continue with the assault on ground, air, or through different means in the Gaza Strip and also in West Bank. Listen in to what the Israeli Prime Minister said.
Well, there will be no ceasefire, general ceasefire in Gaza without the release of our hostages. As far as tactical little pauses, an hour here, an hour there, we've had them before. I suppose we'll check the circumstances in order to enable goods, humanitarian goods to come in, or our hostages, individual hostages to leave. But I don't think there's going to be a general ceasefire. It's not that I don't think. I think it will hamper the war effort. It'll hamper our effort to get our hostages out, because the only thing that works on these criminals in Hamas is the military pressure that we're exerting.
Leaving you with the special conversation, CNN News 18's Zako Jacob interviewed the former National Security Advisor of the United States, John Bolton, who emphasized on the significance of comprehending the context of the conflict and where does the future lie. Listen in. Thank you for watching.
So Tuesday is going to be a month since the Israel-Hamas war began. What is your assessment of where things stand as they stand today? Israel, in a sense, after October 7th, the entire world was outraged by what we saw. Israel was the victim, clearly. But in response, the way they've gone about with aerial strikes, with the ground operation, thousands of Palestinians dead, many of them happen to be children and women. Do you see time and options running out for Israel the longer this war drags on?
Well, it's hard to predict with certainty, but I think the most likely read here is that we're still in the very early stages of this conflict. And I think it's important to understand really what the full context of the conflict is. It's not a case of a Hamas war on Israel. I think these operations are directed, certainly approved by the mullahs in Tehran. I think this is a coalition effort against Israel involving Hamas in the first instance, but also Hezbollah, the Houthi rebels in Yemen, Shia militia groups in Iraq, and obviously Iran itself. And the objectives, I think, are to impose as much harm on Israel as they can, and perhaps on the Gulf Arab states, and perhaps on the United States. But remember, everybody was taken by surprise by the Hamas attack. So it's very hard to read what Iran's overall strategy is. But I think it's in that larger context that people should evaluate what's happening in Gaza. There is no question but that Israel is entitled to exercise its inherent right of self-defense. And as long as it is targeting legitimate military objectives and it weighs the proportionality of the strike, the seriousness of the military target compared to the risk of collateral damage, it is entitled under the law of war to proceed. I think what it's facing is a very well coordinated, actually quite sophisticated propaganda and disinformation campaign about exactly what's happening in Gaza. So I don't understate the pressure that's going to be brought on Israel, but I think after what they saw on October the 7th, they'll be perfectly resolved to resist it.
Good morning. You're watching the breaking news show right here on CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh. It's a Tuesday morning. Thank you for choosing to start your day right here with us at CNN News 18. We're starting the day with our big story. As you can see, the battle for the states. 5 states seeing elections in this month. Today we're focusing on Chhattisgarh's first phase and of course Mizoram. Let's take a look. Okay, as we already told you, voting underway as we speak in Mizoram and in Chhattisgarh. Mizoram, there's a 3-cornered contest taking place. Typically, of course, you have the MNF and the Congress. Right now, you have a new party in the fray. It's a 3-party contest, a 3-cornered contest that is taking place. That's a story we'll focus on right now, though. All eyes on Chhattisgarh, where we have reporters on the ground. It's the first phase in Chhattisgarh. You have 2 phases, November 7th and November 17th. Now, as we speak, 20 of the 90 seats in Chhattisgarh are going into elections. These are the seats that are considered largely naxal belts. That's why you have the 2 phases taking place, so that there are additional security layers already in place. Now, if you take a look at the 20 seats that we're going to be focusing on today, the Congress in the last round of elections that took place in 2018 won 17. In by-polls that took place after, they won 2 more. So the Congress effectively has 19 of those 20 seats so far under their control. Obviously, everything may be changed up today. The 3-time former Chief Minister of the state, the BJP's Raman Singh, he holds the 1 seat that the Congress doesn't have. Rajnandgaon is his, and that's the seat that we're going to be tracking with a lot of carefulness, obviously, because the 3-time former Chief Minister is campaigning from there once more. Now, as we told you already, this entire area is considered a naxal belt. So there are 3 layers of security that have been put in place. In a number of these areas, you have villagers that will actually be voting for the first time. Polling booths have been built after much of security has been put in place in a number of these villages. We're going to bring you ground reports in just a second. First, though, take a look. These are reactions. Then we'll move on to my colleagues who are on the ground.
प्रति मानक बोरा के दर से तेंदुपत्ता और 4000 वार्षिक आपको बोनस दिया जाएगा। बच्चों की पढ़ाई में कोई शुल्क नहीं लगेगा। केजी टू पीजी पहली कक्षा से लेके अब पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन तक के आपको पढ़ाई में कोई खर्च नहीं होगा। उसी प्रकार से 35 किलो राशन सभी परिवार को मिलेगा, चाहे एपीएल हो बीपीएल हो। 500 रुपया गैस सिलेंडर, जितने भी जिसके पास भी गैस कनेक्शन है, चाहे उज्ज्वला हो या दूसरे, सबको उसका लाभ मिलेगा। उसी के साथ साथ जो स्वास्थ्य योजना है डॉक्टर खूबचंद बघेल, उसे 5 लाख से बढ़ा के 10 लाख कर दिया गया है और दुर्घटना में पूरा खर्च हमारी सरकार उठाएगी। आपका आशीर्वाद मिलेगा। उसी प्रकार से 200 यूनिट तक की बिजली जलाने पर कोई बिल नहीं आएगा। 5 साल जो हम लोग काम किए हैं उसे नक्सलवाद बहुत पीछे हट गया है।
Okay, my colleague Manoj is joining us this morning to tell us about the situation in Chhattisgarh. He's with us from the Chitrakoor Assembly constituency. This is an assembly constituency where you typically see scheduled tribes run. Can you tell our audiences, Manoj, we know that this time Congress leaders have come forward. They've said they've faced threats. You have other party leaders on the ground that have said they're not even going to run because of the fear. Can you tell our audiences about the situation in this area and in other regions in the Bastar?
Yes. As far as 12 constituencies of Bastar division are concerned, you can see tight security arrangements are being made in these constituencies. Particularly in Sukma, there was one IED blast in the morning, and we heard about this unfortunate incident from Sukma. But there was no disruption in voting. You can see the a sort of enthusiasm, particularly among women in these areas in Bastar region, tribal dominated Bastar region, and there were long queues in the morning. If it was 7 a.m. in the morning when polling began, they were waiting since 5 o'clock in the morning, and if it was 8 a.m. times, they were waiting from 6 a.m. Obviously, it was more than 2 hours wait. Tight security arrangements are there, and right now we have with us Satish Yaduraj, who is in charge of security in this area. He is SI over here. Sir, ये आप सुबह से लगातार घूम रहे हैं, मतलब जाहिर तौर पर लोगों में मतलब क्या उत्साह दिखा?
लोगों में पिछले समय के मुकाबले काफी उत्साह है और जागरूक भी हुए हैं मतदान के प्रति। सुबह से ही सभी पोलिंग सेंटरों में लंबी लंबी लाइनें हैं और लोगों को बिल्कुल आश्वस्त किया गया है कि
पूरा देश समझना चाहता है कि नक्सली जब कहते हैं कि पोल बायकॉट, बहिष्कार करो मतदान का, तो मतलब इसका मतलब आपके लिए एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है, चुनौती होती है लोगों में एक सुरक्षा की भावना देने की।
तो इसके लिए हमारे जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों के निर्देशानुसार जैसे कि हर क्षेत्रों में पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स भी आए हुए हैं, तो लगातार पेट्रोलिंग, एरिया डोमिनेशन, गश्त, आरोपी की कार्रवाई करके लोगों में एक भयमुक्त का वातावरण दिया गया है। तो लोग भयमुक्त होकर बड़े उत्साह के साथ मतदान करने पहुंच रहे हैं।
फ्री फेयर poll, the process is on, and let me talk to some women. In fact, they are waiting for their turn to vote. तो आप इंतजार कर रहे हैं वोट करने के लिए?
जी सर।
तो वोट करेंगे तो हमें ये मत बताना कि किसको करेंगे, मगर वोट करने जाएंगे तो आपको कैसा अपना प्रतिनिधि चाहिए?
सर क्या बोलूं?
बताइए कैसे, सोच के बोलिए।
सर नहीं पता सर।
जो आपके लिए, समाज के लिए क्या दे?
सुविधा दे।
किस तरह की सुविधा?
हर सुविधा दे जो हम चाहेंगे।
आप पढ़ना भी चाहोगी?
जी।
आपका स्कूल कैसा है?
ठीक था, मेरा कंप्लीट हो गया है।
आपने 12वीं कर ली?
जी सर।
तो आप कॉलेज जाओगी?
जी सर।
कॉलेज कहाँ जाओगी?
यही जगदलपुर में।
अच्छा कॉलेज है?
जी सर।
और अच्छा चाहती हो?
जी, उससे भी अच्छा चाहती हूँ।
अच्छा, मतलब आपको और उससे अच्छा कॉलेज चाहिए, इसके लिए वोट करोगे आप?
जी सर।
नाम क्या है आपका?
सर बालमती राणा।
बालमती कह रही है कि उनको जो कॉलेज है अभी जगदलपुर में उससे बेहतर कॉलेज मिले। आप उनको तो बता रही थी पीछे से, अब आप बताइए। जी बताइए, कैसा मतलब आप वोट करने जा रहे हैं तो क्या चाहते हैं?
मैं तो यही चाहती हूँ कि युवाओं को रोजगार मिले, है ना, जो देश का विकास हो, समाज का विकास हो, जाति पाति का भेदभाव ना हो, मैं यही चाहती हूँ।
क्या आपके लिए बताओ, आपके सपनों का भारत तो बड़ा खूबसूरत है?
जी हाँ है।
तो ये देखिए, वोट के लिए लोगों की अलग अलग उम्मीदें जो होती हैं, क्योंकि ये बस्तर, दिस इज ट्राइबल डोमिनेटेड एरिया एंड वी शुड अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आर देयर एस्पिरेशंस, व्हाई दे आर वोटिंग, व्हाई दे आर एक्सरसाइजिंग देयर राइट टू वोट। क्या उम्मीद करती हैं आप? जी
अच्छा उम्मीद करते हैं सबको अच्छा मान इज्जत हो, सबके अपना सम्मान मिले, और क्या इज्जत करेंगे, वही तो है ना, सबके मान सम्मान
हो जाए, जनता सुख से रह पाएंगे,
जनता सुख से रह पाए। तो अभी आपको ये
विकास अच्छा से हो जाए।
ये नक्सलियों की बात होती है, वो कहते हैं कि इसका चुनाव का बहिष्कार करो, इसका क्या असर पड़ता है?
तो न हो जाए वैसा।
ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना, चुनाव तो होना चाहिए।
चुनाव होना चाहिए, लेकिन वो नहीं हो जाए ऐसा।
अच्छा, वो लोग क्यों नहीं चाहते?
तो बहुत मार देते हैं सर, खतरनाक होते हैं, मर जाते हैं आधा नौजवान लोग।
कितना के मार दिए, कितना के परेशान किए हैं, तो उन लोग तो परेशानी तो कर रहे हैं ना। अच्छा कहाँ उन लोग देख रहे हैं ये पब्लिक को नहीं कितना के बर्बाद कर दिए।
See, they are talking about Naxal violence. How this area is suffering from violence, from Naxalism, from Maoism, and that is why they are saying no. There should be no call for poll boycott. This is their right, and they have to exercise their right to vote. And there are long queues in this Chitrakoot area, which is important politically also because Deepak Baij, Chhattisgarh PCC chief Deepak Baij is contesting from this Chitrakoot seat in Bastar region.
Okay, Manoj, we're going to keep checking in with you through the day. My colleague Manoj is joining us from Bastar, and my colleague Arunima is also in the same region. Let's go over to her. She's in Jagdalpur. She's joining us live this morning. Arunima, two questions for you. Of course, please first tell us about the mood, but then if you could also tell us about the issues you're seeing coming up again and again in conversations with people. I know, for example, unemployment is a trend that continues to rise in this region despite Chhattisgarh overall seeing an improvement there. Can you tell us more about issues that people are raising with you again and again?
Yeah, so we moved from Jagdalpur, we are on the highway towards Dantewada here, and in between there is a little hamlet that we have come across. The people here, their life is continuing as normal. Many have voted, many are yet to go ahead and exercise their franchise. Let me see if some of them will speak to us. This is a small hamlet in between Jagdalpur and Dantewada. भाई साहब, आप लोगों ने वोट दे दिया है? आप बात करेंगे? वोट दे दिया आपने? इधर आइए, बताइए, वोट दिया है कि देने?
वोट अभी तक नहीं दिए हैं।
अभी तक नहीं दिया है
जी।
तो 11 बजने वाले हैं, कब जाएंगे वोट देने?
अभी हम लोग 12 बजे में जाएंगे।
12 बजे के
अभी
करीब
बहुत भीड़ लाइन है ना,
लंबी लाइनें लगी हुई हैं।
लंबी लाइन लगी हुई है, जाके एक बार आ गए हैं।
हाँ।
फिर अभी दोबारा जाएंगे और वोट देंगे।
अच्छा, महंगाई का क्या हिसाब है आप लोगों के लिए? महंगाई कोई मुद्दा है चुनाव का?
क्या महंगाई बेटा?
महंगाई टमाटर, प्याज, चावल, दाल।
तो पिछले समय 200 रुपए टमाटर किलो हुआ था।
हाँ।
लेकिन वो सस्ता होए तब अच्छा लगेगा हम लोग को।
तो आपके लिए सस्ता काम कौन करेगा? कांग्रेस और
काम कोई नहीं कर रहा है, कांग्रेस कर रहा है ना, बीजेपी कर रहा है, जनता को झेलना पड़ रहा है।
जनता को झेलना पड़ रहा है। कोई और है? आपने वोट दिया है? आपने वोट दे दिया है? दिया है वोट? देंगे
ना, भीड़ है
इसलिए देंगे। अच्छा, किस मुद्दे पे वोट देंगे आप, क्या सोचकर? क्योंकि जैसे आपके धान का कीमत है, कांग्रेस और बीजेपी दोनों धान का कीमत अच्छा लगाने की बात कर रही है, ये कोई मुद्दा है?
मैडम, हम लोग तो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं, हम लोग इस बार बीजेपी को देंगे जी। अभी मोदी 3500 कुंटल बताया और अपना कार्ड में इंदिरा आवास देंगे बोले, और गैस 500 रुपये करूँगा बोले, तो इस बार बीजेपी को देंगे।
और आपके अभी के विधायक कांग्रेस से हैं, तो कैसा काम किया उन्होंने?
अभी तक तो इधर का काम नहीं किया मैडम।
नहीं किया
जी।
So this is a relatively more politically aware group that we have come across. Some are BJP workers, they're confessing. Some are saying that price rise is an issue for them. Procurement price of paddy is a big issue. In the manifesto, Congress has promised 3,200 rupees per quintal. BJP has promised 3,100 rupees per quintal, but more procurement. So both sides are fighting on those schemes for people here as well. There are promises of cheaper LPG cylinders, there are promises of direct benefit transfer. The clincher could be also the loan waiver that has been announced, or at least the Congress feels that should be the clincher since it helped them sweep Bastar and sweep Chhattisgarh last time around. But the best thing that I heard from this group here is that there are long queues at their voting booth. I think that is the most encouraging part, because in these parts, Naxals have often discouraged people from going out and vote. So to see and to hear from them that the voting booths are spilling over, forcing some people to come back to their work and decide to go later, that I think is the most encouraging part of the story.
Arunima, thank you. We'll keep checking in with you. Both my colleagues Arunima and Manoj describing long snaking lines outside polling booths. Obviously a very positive sign. Let's move on right now. First we have for you an interview with local police officials. Take a look.
जिस तरीके के रिएक्शंस आ रहे हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है लोगों ने तय कर लिया है कि इस बार डर को हराना है और डेमोक्रेसी को जिताना है। क्या कहेंगे आप?
आज लोकतंत्र का सबसे बड़ा त्यौहार है। मतदाता के रूप में हम सबको मतदान करने का बहुमूल्य अधिकार मिला हुआ है। तो मैं बस्तर के सभी मतदाताओं से विनम्र अपील करता हूं कि आप सभी अपने मतदान केंद्र में जाएं, अपने मताधिकार का उपयोग करें और लोकतंत्र को मजबूत बनाने में सहभागी बने। पुनः कहूँगा कि आप घर से निकलिए, मतदान केंद्र जाइए और एक जिम्मेदार नागरिक बनिए।
तो उनके लिए आपने बहुत सारे इंतजाम भी किए हैं, मॉडल बूथ्स भी बनाए गए हैं, सुरक्षा के लिहाज से भी आपने बहुत सारे स्टेप्स लिए हैं, तो ये भी एक कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है।
हमारे जैसे 7 जिले में 7 जिले हैं हमारे, तो 2974 मतदान केंद्र हैं, सभी जगह फ्री फेयर एंड पीसफुल ढंग से मतदान चल रहा है।
Sir, what is the arrangement that you have done? Because it's a political statement when people here come out and vote. That itself is a political statement.
So today on 7th of November, voting for the first phase of election Chhattisgarh Assembly, we have like polls in 12 assembly constituency of Bastar range. All security arrangements are in place, like in the polling station as well as in the surrounding area. We have like deployed special forces, we have deployed CAPF and the local police force also, and the local administration. They have ensured like all necessary arrangement to facilitate like easy voting for all the voters. So we are hopeful of very good voting this time, and like all security personnel, like not only within the Bastar range, the bordering states of Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, they also deployed their special forces across the border. So far like the polling is going on very well. Hopeful of good like response from the voters this time.
So, but there already have been some incidents that have been reported. We saw over the last 24 hours in Kanker specifically, at least 2 incidents this morning in Sukhma. Can you give us the details of the incidents that have happened?
It is a typical modus operandi of the CPM moist cadres during elections, whether it is a general election or assembly or even local body election. They try to attack the police personnel or the polling parties. For that matter, like they have like wide target base during this time. Their only objective is to create a fear psychosis among the public by targeting the soft targets or the security personnel. But the local population, native population, they have realized the real and ugly face of the moist, which is an anti-democratic, anti-development and anti-people face. So these kind of activities won't hinder the enthusiasm of the voters, and we are confident like for the next few hours like everything will be going on smooth.
छत्तीसगढ़ में पहले चरण का मतदान आज होने जा रहा है। कुल मिलाकर आदिवासी मतदाताओं में मतदान का उत्साह है, लेकिन मतदान का सबसे बड़ा उत्साह हमें एक बुजुर्ग महिला की तरफ हम देख सकते हैं। 105 साल इनकी उम्र है। वोटिंग आपने कितने बार किया है?
कितने बार डाले हुए थे वोट?
यही रहते थे। आप यहीं के हो? अच्छा। क्या लगता है आपको, किसकी सरकार के लिए आपने मतदान किया कि समस्याओं को लेकर मतदान किया? किस लिए मतदान किया आपने?
किसके लिए लगे? कांग्रेस।
मुझे तो लगता है कि मैं तीसरी बार जीतूंगा और हैट्रिक बनाने में सफल होऊंगा। कोंडागांव विधानसभा में जो भ्रांतियां हैं कि 2 बार से तीसरी बार नहीं जीतता, वो मिथ तक टूटेगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस पार्टी से नहीं लड़ पा रही है, इसलिए ईडीआईटी और अन्य संस्थानों का दुरुपयोग करके, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग करके उनको डराने धमकाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है।
इस समय नए मतदाता हो चाहे पुराने मतदाता हो, बहुत ही देखने को मिला गांव में कि बहुत जागरूक हैं, और इस समय मतदाता % 80 से ऊपर वोटिंग होने की संभावना है। जिस टाइप के उत्साहित हैं लोग बाग, 80% से अधिक होने की संभावना है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रथम चरण में बस्तर और राजनांदगांव को मिला दे तो 20 सीटों के साथ हम पहले चरण में ही बहुमत की दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे, और 14 से 15 सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहले चरण में और दोनों चरण मिला के स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार छत्तीसगढ़ में बनने जा रही है। मोदी के साथ हम डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएंगे छत्तीसगढ़ में, और तेजी के साथ छत्तीसगढ़ में विकास आगे बढ़ेगा।
Okay, our next story. We've already brought you all of the coverage from Chhattisgarh, and it's a story in which we'll continue dipping into ground reports. But let's move on right now from Chhattisgarh, where you just have the first phase, to Mizoram, which will see all 40 seats up for elections as we speak. Those elections underway. The Congress has announced candidates for 19 out of the 40 constituencies in the state. Remember, this is a state where you typically see a battle between two parties back and forth. You have the Mizo National Front with the incumbent Chief Minister, that is the Chief Minister Zoramthanga, and you have the Congress. And over the last few decades, it's between these two parties that the seat has shifted. This year, however, you have a new contender in the fore. The Zoram People's Movement, the ZPM, is being seen as the big challenger on the ground. Security has been beefed up across the state. International borders that the state shares with Bangladesh and Myanmar have been sealed right before the polls. Now, no law and order problems were reported from Mizoram in the month-long campaign period. Remember, for this state, the issues that have taken place in the neighboring state of Manipur, that has been a key headlining issue. Now, as we speak, 5,400 personnel of the CAPF, also 3,000 police people have been deployed for the polls. You've had BJP leaders like Nitin Gadkari, Kiran Rijiju, all on the ground visiting the state. We'll bring you more about the developments that are taking place there. First, let's take a look at what the incumbent Chief Minister, Zoramthanga, had to say.
Because the machine was not working. I was waiting for some time. But since the machine could not work, I said that I will visit my constituency and I will vote after the morning meal.
I expect the people of Mizoram to vote in big percentage. They will discharge their responsibility of voting to strengthen the democratic process by participating in this election.
We'll have reporters joining us from the ground to provide you with the picture in a few minutes. Right now, it's time for a short break. On the other side, more of the country's top stories, international stories too. This is the Breaking News Show on CNN News 18. The battle for 5 states, very much on.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2023. And the nominees for the entertainment category are Shah Rukh Khan, Mani Ratnam, Sunny Deol, Deepika Padukone, Manoj Bajpayee. Vote now on www.indianoftheyear.com and choose the Indians conquering the world.
स्पेसिफिक इसी टाइम पे क्यों होता है? ब्लेम गेम चल रहा है कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट बोलती है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बोलती है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट. बोल रहे हैं 900 से ऊपर चला गया। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि ये पराली का जो प्रॉब्लम है ये हर साल का प्रॉब्लम है, स्पेसिफिक इसी टाइम पे क्यों होता है। और यहाँ पे इतनी हालत ख़राब है। मैं जोधपुर में था 15 दिन, वहाँ जोधपुर में तो आसमान में आप तारे गिन लो, उत्तराखंड में चले जाओ वहाँ तारे गिन लो। तो गवर्नमेंट को कुछ करना चाहिए। ब्लेम गेम चल रहा है कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट बोलती है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बोलती है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट, और 500 किलोमीटर की रेंज भी नहीं है। हरियाणा और पंजाब तो कोई एक ही, अगर देखा जाए ज्योग्राफिकली कोई बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस नहीं है। तो कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए। खाली मुझे नहीं लगता कि खाली पराली का ही कारण है, और भी बहुत सारे कारण हैं। तो कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए, क्योंकि दिल्ली में रहना मतलब ये है, अगर आप दिल्ली में रह रहे हो तो अपनी लाइफ जो है आप 5-7 साल डेफिनेटली कम कर रहे हो कंपेयर टू अदर प्लेस जहाँ पे ये सब स्थिति नहीं है। तो स्थिति बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। कुछ ना कुछ ज़रूर होना चाहिए, मुझे लगता है।
Stage 4 of the Graded Response Action Plan has been implemented out here in the national capital, which means that vehicles coming from outside the borders of the national capital, they would be checked and stopped, and only those vehicles that are carrying essential commodities or are operating or CNG or on electronic mode will be allowed to enter the national capital. Currently, I am reporting from one such border of the NCR region. This road connects Ghazipur, Uttar Pradesh state towards the national capital. If I could just move out of the frame and try and show you in the visuals over here, that none of the vehicles, absolutely no vehicles that are crossing this border are being checked. They are being allowed to travel inside the national capital unabated. Over the past 1 month, we have seen that several stages of the Graded Response Action Plan has been implemented out here in the national capital, but the reality on the ground seems to be absolutely different, because there are very few checkpoints that have been placed out here in the national capital to make sure that the GRAP, that the reason why the GRAP is implemented, that could also be implemented on the ground apart from being implemented on paper. A big reason behind this is being said that the civil defense volunteers who are part of the Delhi government have actually given up their job because they haven't gotten the salary for a very long time, and that is the reason why they are not deployed on the ground, making sure that whatever measures that have been implemented through the GRAP policy, that is implemented on the ground as well. So yes, it remains to be seen if at all the Delhi government can find some way to make sure that whatever policies they are trying to bring in at this point in time to make sure that the air quality remains under control and people of Delhi are allowed to breathe in fresh air, that is implemented on the ground. But yes, hectic parleys are continuing between the Delhi government and the Delhi administration, but we are still waiting to see some concrete solution that is given out and that could be implemented on the ground, which could eventually mean that the people of Delhi who are running from pillar to post to just get a grasp of fresh air can actually breathe in fresh air and air that is safe for them, safe for the children and safe for their parents as well.
रोकने की, उनके अपमान की इतनी कोशिश की आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते हैं। लेकिन आदिवासी समाज की बहनों को ये सम्मान भाजपा ने ही दिया है। साथियों, जब केंद्र में कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तो उसे लगता था कि आदिवासियों के लिए पैसे खर्च करना मतलब गड्ढे में पैसे डालना, बर्बाद करना, यही उनकी सोच थी। लेकिन भाजपा ने जब भी आदिवासी हितों की बात आई, सरकार का खजाना खोल दिया, तिजोरी खोल दी। दोस्तों, भाजपा ने आदिवासी समाज के लिए केंद्र सरकार का बजट, ये याद रखना भाइयों, याद रखोगे? ऐसे नहीं हाथ ऊपर करके बताइए, याद रखोगे? पक्का रखोगे? आपने मुझे जो काम करने का मौका दिया ना, इस सेवा काल है मेरे लिए, तो सत्ता काल नहीं है। मैं सत्ता में विश्वास नहीं करता, मैं तो सेवा करने के लिए ही पैदा हुआ हूं और आपने मुझे सेवा का ही काम दिया है। आदिवासी समाज के लिए केंद्र सरकार का बजट 5 गुना बढ़ा दिया, 5 गुना। आप खुश हैं? आप खुश हैं? आपको संतोष हुआ? ये मोदी का काम है। आपके बच्चों की पढ़ाई अच्छी हो, इसलिए आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में 500 नए एकलव्य मॉडल स्कूल बनाए जा रहे हैं। अब आप देखिए, हमारे यहां गांव-गांव में अंग्रेजी वाली स्कूल तो है नहीं। गरीब का बच्चा अंग्रेजी स्कूल में जा नहीं सकता, और ये कांग्रेस के लोगों ने ऐसे नियम बनाए थे कि गरीब का बच्चा अगर अपने गांव की भाषा में पढ़ा है, अपने आदिवासी की भाषा में पढ़ा है, अपने राज्य की भाषा में पढ़ा है, तो वो बच्चा कभी डॉक्टर नहीं बन सकता था, इंजीनियर नहीं बन सकता था, क्योंकि डॉक्टर बनना है, इंजीनियर बनना है तो आपको अंग्रेजी आनी जरूरी है। देश आजाद हो गया, लेकिन इनके दिमाग में से अंग्रेजी का भूत नहीं गया। मुझे बताइए भाई, आप किसी डॉक्टर के पास जाते हो, आपके पेट में दर्द हो रहा है, सर पे दर्द हो रहा है, सीने में दर्द हो रहा है, पांव में दर्द हो रहा है, तो क्या डॉक्टर आपको अंग्रेजी में पूछता है क्या? आपकी भाषा में पूछता है कि नहीं पूछता है? आप अपनी भाषा में बताते हैं तो वो समझता है कि नहीं समझता है? तो फिर डॉक्टर बनने के लिए अंग्रेजी जरूरी है क्या? इंजीनियर बनने के लिए अंग्रेजी जरूरी है क्या? ये मोदी है जिसको आपकी तकलीफ का पता है, और इसलिए मैंने तय किया अब गरीब मां का बच्चा भी डॉक्टर बनेगा, इंजीनियर बनेगा। जिस भाषा में वो पढ़ता है उसी भाषा में डॉक्टर बनेगा, उसी भाषा में इंजीनियर बनेगा। पिछले 9 वर्षों में भाजपा सरकार आदिवासी परिवारों को लाखों नए पट्टे दे चुकी है। 9 साल पहले तक जहां 23,000 सामुदायिक पट्टे दिए गए थे, सामुदायिक पट्टे, वहीं हमने 80,000 से अधिक नए सामुदायिक पट्टे दिए हैं। और इसीलिए हर छत्तीसगढ़ी एक ही बात कहता है, भाजपा आवत है, भाजपा, भाजपा। इसलिए सरगुजा ने भी हुंकार भरी है, अब की बार मेरे परिवारजनों, कांग्रेस की एक और बड़ी नाकामी भी रही है। जब जब कांग्रेस सरकार में आती है, तब तब देश में आतंकवादियों और नक्सलियों के हौसले बढ़ जाते हैं। जहां भी देखो, इधर कभी बम फूटने की खबर आती है, कभी उधर बम फूटने की खबर आती है, कभी यहां मार दिया काट दिया की खबर आती है, कभी यहां मार दिया काट दिया की खबर आती थी। जिस जिस राज्य में कांग्रेस सत्ता में होती है वहां अपराध का, लूटपाट का राज ही चलता है। कांग्रेस सरकार नक्सल हिंसा को काबू करने में असफल रही है। बीते कुछ समय में भाजपा के अनेक कार्यकर्ताओं को हमसे छीना गया है। अभी भी कुछ दिन पहले हमारे एक साथी को गोली मार करके उसकी जीवन तबाह कर दिया। इसलिए भाइयों बहनों, क्या ये बम बंदूक के साए में जीना है क्या? ये बम बंदूक के साए में जीना है क्या? कितना ही पैसा क्यों न हो, बेटा शाम को घर न लौटे और बेटे की लाश घर पे आए, उन पैसों का क्या करेंगे हम लोग? और इसलिए भाइयों बहनों, हर किसी की सुरक्षा बहुत जरूरी है और इसलिए कांग्रेस को हटाना उतना ही जरूरी है। हटाओगे? बिल्कुल साफ कर दोगे? हर कोने में से हटाओगे? हर पोलिंग बूथ में से हटाओगे? पक्का हटाओगे? जरा पीछे वाले हाथ ऊपर करके बताइए, हटाओगे? हर पोलिंग बूथ में से हटाओगे? यहां सरगुजा संभाग में कानून व्यवस्था की क्या स्थिति है, ये आप अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। कांग्रेस सरकार में सरगुजा क्षेत्र में मानव तस्करी और नशे का कारोबार बेतहाशा बढ़ गया है। यहां बहनों बेटियों को अपराधी निशाना बना रहे हैं। हमारे आदिवासी परिवारों की, गरीब परिवारों की अनेक बच्चियां गायब हुई है। बेटियां कहां गई, इसका कांग्रेस के नेताओं के पास कोई जवाब नहीं है। यहां कांग्रेस द्वारा वोट के लिए अवैध घुसपैठियों को बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है। आदिवासियों की जमीन छीनी जा रही है। कांग्रेस की तुष्टीकरण की नीति के कारण यहां तीज त्योहार मनाना तक मुश्किल हो गया है। इसलिए पूरे सरगुजा से एक ही आवाज आ रही है, बच्चा बच्चा एक ही बात बोल रहा है, माता बहने एक ही बात बोल रहे हैं, गांव हो या शहर हो, हर कोई एक ही बात कह रहा है, औ नहीं सही वो, औ नहीं सही वो, औ नहीं सही वो, औ नहीं सही वो, बदल के रही वो। मेरे परिवारजनों, कांग्रेस ने दशकों तक दिल्ली में सरकार चलाई है। देश के कोने कोने में उन्हीं का राज था। पंचायत से लेकर के पार्लियामेंट तक कांग्रेस के सिवाय किसी का झंडा ही नहीं था। लेकिन कांग्रेस ने हमेशा गरीबों को सिर्फ झूठे नारे दिए। अगर आज मेरे 10 साल के सेवा काल में इतना काम हो सकता है, तो उनको तो 5-5, 6-6 दशक मिले थे, वो कर सकते थे कि नहीं कर सकते थे? लेकिन उनको अपने जेब भरना, घर भरने के सिवा कोई काम ही नहीं था। 5 दशक से कांग्रेस बोल रही है कि गरीबी हटाएंगे। 50 साल से क्या बोल रहे हैं? गरीबी हटाएंगे। तो फिर कब तक ये गाना गाते रहोगे? कहीं से तो हटाओ। गरीबी हटाएंगे कहते कहते कांग्रेस के नेता खुद हर साल और अमीर होते जा रहे हैं। पहले साइकिल पे चलते थे, अब बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ियां लेकर के घूम रहे हैं। जब ये भाजपा सरकार है जो गरीबी हटाने के लिए पूरी ईमानदारी से काम कर रही है। आपका ये मोदी गरीबी से ही निकल करके आया है। एक गरीब के बेटे को आपने यहां तक पहुंचाया है। मैं गरीब का दर्द भली भांति समझ सकता हूं, क्योंकि मैंने गरीबी को जिया है। मैंने गरीबी को भाषण में नहीं सुना है, अखबार में नहीं पढ़ा है, किताबों में नहीं पढ़ा है। मैं गरीबी झेल करके आया हूं। जब कोरोना का संकट आया तो सारी दुनिया मौत से मुकाबला कर रही थी। दुनिया का कोई देश नहीं था जो लोग जिंदगी बचाने के लिए जूझते न हो। सारा दुनिया का जीवन ठप हो गया था। हमारा देश भी बचा नहीं था। और तब जाकर के मैंने तय किया था, मुसीबत बहुत बड़ी है। दिन रात दौड़ूंगा, जागूंगा, मेरे देश को बचाऊंगा, मेरे देश के लोगों को बचाऊंगा। याद कीजिए वो संकट के दिन, याद कीजिए अपने रिश्तेदार भी घर तक आने के लिए हिम्मत नहीं करते थे। उस समय ये मोदी दिन रात आपके लिए दौड़ता था, काम करता था। मैं सोचता था बाहर कारोबार नहीं है, लोग घर के बाहर जा नहीं पा रहे हैं, मेरे आदिवासी बच्चों का क्या होगा, मेरे गरीब बच्चों का क्या होगा। क्या मेरे देश में मेरा गरीब का बच्चा भूखा सो जाएगा? मेरे आदिवासी का बेटा बेटी भूखे सो जाएंगे? मैंने उसी दिन तय कर लिया था, सरकार के भंडार खोल दूंगा, लेकिन गरीब का चूल्हा बुझने नहीं दूंगा। अनाज के भंडार खोल दिए थे। इतना लंबा समय हो गया, आज भी गरीब को मुफ्त राशन मिल रहा है। 80 करोड़ गरीबों को मुफ्त राशन मिल रहा है, ताकि उनका चूल्हा जलता रहे। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे मेरे देशवासियों ने इतने आशीर्वाद दिए, इतने आशीर्वाद दिए, और जब गरीब के पेट में अन्न जाता है ना, गरीब का बच्चा जब भूखा नहीं सोता है ना, तो उसके आशीर्वाद हमारी जमीन पर भी नजर आते हैं, हमारी फसल में भी नजर आते हैं, और हमारा किसान भी पैदावार ज्यादा करता है। और इसलिए मोदी ने एक बहुत बड़ा फैसला किया है, बहुत बड़ा फैसला किया है। मैंने निश्चय कर लिया है, और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। ये योजना यूं तो दिसंबर में पूरी होने वाली थी। 80 करोड़ परिवारों को जो आज अनाज मिलता है, वो दिसंबर में पूरा हो जाने वाला था। लेकिन ये आपका बेटा आपके लिए ही जीता है, और इसलिए हमने तय किया है, आने वाले 5 वर्ष के लिए उन सभी परिवारों को मुफ्त में राशन मिलेगा। आपके मोबाइल की लाइट चालू करके गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए आपके मोबाइल फोन की फ्लैश लाइट चालू कीजिए। गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए आपके मोबाइल की फ्लैश लाइट चालू करिए। सब लोग अपना मोबाइल निकालिए। ये गरीबों के कल्याण का निर्णय है। ये गरीबों के बच्चों को रात को खाने पिया न सो जाए, इसके लिए निर्णय है। आप अपना लाइट चालू करके इसका समर्थन कीजिए। ये गरीबों की भलाई के लिए हुआ काम है। भाइयों बहनों, आपका ये प्यार और ये गरीबों के लिए आपका प्यार, ये आपका गरीबों के लिए प्यार है, मेरे आदिवासी बच्चों के लिए प्यार है। आपका ये समर्थन, यही मेरी ताकत है। भाइयों बहनों, बोलो मेरे साथ भारत माता की, मेरे साथ बोलो भारत माता की। हमारे देश में अब किसी गरीब का बच्चा भूखा नहीं रहेगा। कोई मां, बहन, बेटी भूखी नहीं सोएगी। मेरे परिवारजनों, भाजपा सरकार जो कहती है वो करके दिखाती है। भाजपा ने कहा था हर गरीब को 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा देंगे। भाजपा ने कहा था हर घर में शौचालय बनाएंगे। भाजपा ने कहा था हर गरीब के घर में उज्ज्वला का गैस कनेक्शन देंगे। भाजपा ने कहा था महिला आरक्षण का कानून बनाकर दिखाएंगे। भाजपा ने कहा था 3 तलाक के खिलाफ कानून बनाएंगे। हमने ये सारी गारंटी पूरी कर दी भाई, सारी गारंटी पूरी किया कि नहीं किया? किया कि नहीं किया? यही तो मोदी की गारंटी होती है। और भाजपा ने कहा था अयोध्या में भव्य राम मंदिर बनवाएंगे। और ये मोदी है, अयोध्या में भव्य राम मंदिर भी बनता है और 4 करोड़ गरीबों का घर भी बनता है। प्रभु श्री राम के ननिहाल, ये तो प्रभु श्री राम का ननिहाल है और आपके लिए तो ये कई गुना अधिक खुशी का पल है। और मुझे पक्का विश्वास है इस बार प्रभु राम जी का ननिहाल भी मोदी को भरपूर आशीर्वाद देगा। साथियों, मोदी ने गरीब, दलित, पिछड़े और आदिवासी परिवारों को उनका पक्का घर देने की गारंटी दी है। देश में 4 करोड़ से अधिक परिवारों को इस गारंटी का फायदा मिल चुका है। लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस की सरकार गरीबों को पक्के घर नहीं मिलने दे रही है। मैं जोर लगाता रहा, समझाता रहा, लेकिन वो नहीं किया। अब मैं आपको कहता हूं कि अब कांग्रेस की विदाई पक्की है, आपका घर भी पक्का है। आपके पास अभी तक पक्का आवास नहीं है, आप लिख लीजिए मोदी की गारंटी। यहां भाजपा सरकार बनते ही फिर से मेरा काम शुरू हो जाएगा। आपको पक्का घर दे करके रहने वाला, और यही तो मोदी की गारंटी है। विशेष रूप से मैं अपनी बहनों बेटियों को बताना चाहता हूं, ये घर बनता है लाखों रुपयों का, लेकिन अब पहले हमें मालूम हमारे समाज में कैसी व्यवस्था थी। घर है तो पिता के नाम पे या पति के नाम पे, दुकान है तो पति के नाम पे या बेटे के नाम पर, खेत है तो पति के नाम पे या बेटे के नाम पर, गाड़ी लाए तो पति के नाम पर, बेटी के नाम पर कुछ नहीं, महिला के नाम पर कुछ है ही नहीं। सब कुछ या तो पति के नाम पर या तो बेटे के नाम पर। ये मोदी ने तय किया, अब जो घर देगा ना सरकार, माताओं बहनों के नाम दिया जाएगा। मालिक मेरी माताएं बहनें बनेगी। अब आप महिलाओं के नाम पर भी कोई संपत्ति होगी, अब आप महिलाएं भी लखपति होगी, अपने घर की मालकिन होगी। और जब ऐसा ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड हो तभी लोग कहते हैं मोदी की गारंटी यानी हर गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। तभी छत्तीसगढ़ का भरोसा होता है, भाजपा ने बनाया है, भाजपा ही सवारेगी। साथियों, एक तरफ भाजपा का संकल्प पत्र है तो दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस का झूठ का कारोबार। आप सभी को कांग्रेस ने विश्वासघात के सिवाय कुछ नहीं दिया है। कांग्रेस ने छत्तीसगढ़ के युवाओं को क्या क्या सपने दिखाए थे और दिया क्या? उन्होंने महादेव के नाम पर भी घोटाला कर दिया। महादेव के नाम पर महादेव सट्टेबाजी घोटाले की चर्चा आज देश और विदेश में हो रही है। कांग्रेस ने अपनी तिजोरी भरने के लिए आपके बच्चों से सट्टेबाजी करवाई है। क्या इनको माफ करेंगे क्या आप? आपके बच्चों को बर्बाद करने वाला काम ऐसे लोगों को माफ करोगे आप? और ये सब किसके इशारे पर हुआ? किसके इशारे पर हुआ? किसके इशारे पर हुआ? उनको सजा मिलनी चाहिए कि नहीं मिलनी चाहिए? पहले सजा आप दोगे कि नहीं दोगे? कमल के निशान पर बटन दबा करके कड़ी से कड़ी सजा ऐसे लोगों को करनी है भाइयों। मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय यहां सट्टेबाजों का अड्डा कैसे बना हुआ था? और एक कक्का आपका, सब लोग तो कहते हैं 30% कक्का, 30% कक्का, खुलेआम सट्टा। ये 30% कक्का खुलेआम सट्टा चला रहे थे। आज यहां के मुख्यमंत्री के करीबी जेल में बंद है। छापों में नोटों के बड़े बड़े ढेर मिल रहे हैं जी, सबूत के साथ। करोड़ों रुपए पकड़े जा रहे हैं। जो घोटाले का सबसे बड़ा आरोपी है वो टीवी पर आकर कह रहा है कि उसने मुख्यमंत्री को 500 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा रिश्वत दी है। अब आपको सबूत की जरूरत है क्या? देने वाला खुद कह रहा है रुपये मिल रहे हैं और फिर भी आपसे वो वोट मांग रहे हैं। शर्म नाम की चीज नहीं है इनको। इनको साफ करना पड़ेगा भाइयों, साफ करना पड़ेगा। करोगे? हर पोलिंग बूथ में से सफाई करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि ऐसे आरोपों से घिरे मुख्यमंत्री को एक दिन भी सीएम की कुर्सी पर नहीं रहना चाहिए। आज आप देख रहे हैं कि यहां के मुख्यमंत्री, उन पर लगे आरोपों के बाद कांग्रेस के बड़े बड़े दिग्गजों ने भी उनसे किनारा कर लिया है। ये आरोप इतने गंभीर है, सबूत इतने सटीक है कि कांग्रेस से अपने मुख्यमंत्री का बचाव करना भी मुश्किल हो गया है। हो सकता है आज जब मैंने कहा तो हो सकता है कांग्रेस के नेता कुछ उनके बचाव में दो चार आधी अधूरी बात बोल करके खाना पूर्ति कर लें, लेकिन कांग्रेस का एक नेता इनकी पापों के पक्ष में एक शब्द बोल नहीं रहा है। सब चुप हो गए क्योंकि उनको मालूम है कि इन्होंने अपने और अपने बच्चों की भलाई के लिए पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी को डुबो दिया। लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, आपको मेरे विश्वास पे भरोसा है? आपको भरोसा है? आपको मैं गारंटी देता हूं, महादेव सट्टेबाजी घोटाले में भाजपा दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी करके रहेगी। कोई कितना ही बड़ा नाम क्यों ना हो, कितना ही चमरबंदी क्यों ना हो, आपके बच्चों को बर्बाद करने वाले ऐसे लोगों को जेल जाकर के जिंदगी पूरी करनी पड़ेगी। आपके बच्चों के साथ खेला गया है। मेरे परिवारजनों, कांग्रेस के नेताओं को कभी आपके बेटे बेटियों की, आने वाली पीढ़ियों की परवाह नहीं रही है। कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने आपके बच्चों को नौकरी देने का भी वादा किया था। लेकिन पीएससी की भर्तियों में कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने अपने बच्चों को भर्ती कर लिया। आपके बच्चे बेरोजगार रहे, इससे कांग्रेस को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। और मुझे तो यहां सरकारी कर्मचारियों की भी परेशानी पता चलती रही। यहां कांग्रेस ने ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग के नाम पर एक बहुत बड़ा उद्योग तैयार किया है, सरकारी कर्मचारियों को परेशान किया है। आज आप सब परेशान हैं और कांग्रेस के नेताओं की तिजोरी भरती जा रही है। क्या इसलिए छत्तीसगढ़ में कहा जाता है? यही काम चर्चा है। हर कोई कहता है, कोई भी सरकारी दफ्तर से बाहर निकलता है, पूछेगा तो यही कहता है 30% कक्का, तो आपका काम पक्का। ये
हेलो मोटो। हेलो मोटो।
With pollution levels lingering in the severe category, Delhi is struggling for fresh air. I'm standing at Kartavya Path and behind me is the iconic India Gate. This spot has become a prominent spot to check the visibility, and as of today we have a better visibility. You can see India Gate in the backdrop where you are able to see India Gate from 200 meters, but on the other side we have Rashtrapati Bhavan. In fact, this is the Kartavya Path, and in fact you can get an idea of the visibility that Rashtrapati Bhavan, which in general days is visible from this particular spot, is invisible today. And in fact, when we talk about the conditions in the national capital, so we know that how the fourth level of graded response action plan has been invoked. Several sort of measures, several sort of steps have been taken by the state governments. In fact, schools have been shut and all other things. In fact, yesterday, Environment Minister of Delhi announced that how Delhi is going to implement odd and even scheme for the vehicles here. After that, a lot of deliberation is onto the fact that how there are several factors that are contributing to the pollution levels in the national capital. Once again, if I can show you the view, there you see people have come here for the morning walk, in fact for the cycling, but as of now, because of the pollution problem, experts say that this condition is very dangerous, very harmful for not only those who have some sort of respiratory disease or respiratory problem, but also for those who are healthy people. As of now, everyone is looking forward to all these steps taken by the government, because people here in the national capital are waiting for some sort of relief, that they are looking forward to government that they will take some sort of step, and after that Delhi will get some sort of relief from this particular pollution problem. I'm joined by a group here at India Gate who has come a long way from Pune to Delhi. आप लोग मुझे बताइए, साइकिल से आए हैं पुणे से दिल्ली तक, और दिल्ली में तो प्रदूषण है, तो किस तरह से अब आगे देख रहे हैं और क्या कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इस पूरे कहें कि जो कंडीशन बन गई राजधानी की?
इधर तो हवामान बहुत खराब है, हमारे उधर महाराष्ट्र में पोल्यूशन नहीं है इतना बहुत ज़्यादा है
महाराष्ट्र, लेकिन अभी तो महाराष्ट्र में भी एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स बढ़ने लग गया है।
हमारे उधर अच्छा है, इससे बेटर है। इससे बेटर।
क्या आपको लगता है कौन जिम्मेदार है इस समस्या के लिए, इस परेशानी के लिए कौन जिम्मेदार है? सरकारों की जिम्मेदारी है या फिर ये लोग जिम्मेदार है?
नहीं सर जी।
हाँ, कौन जिम्मेदार?
इसके लिए किसी एक को जिम्मेदार नहीं ठहरा सकते, इंडस्ट्री तो है ही, लेकिन हम आम लोग भी इसमें जिम्मेदार है। जैसे कि हम गाड़ियाँ ले रहे, गाड़ियाँ भगा रहे रोड के ऊपर, थोड़ा भी अगर चलना होगा तो हम गाड़ी लेके चलते हैं। इससे अच्छा है हम थोड़ा सा साइकिल का भी उपयोग करें, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी पिछले 4 साल से कर रहे हैं। कोरोना में जब फर्स्ट लॉकडाउन हुआ था उस टाइम पे हमने साइकिल चालू की थी, लेकिन कोरोना में जितने भी बीमारियां हो गई उसमें हम में से कोई 10-12 लोग, इसमें से कोई भी इतना बीमार नहीं हुआ उसके बाद। और तब से हमने जो साइकिल चालू की, अभी 4 साल से पिछले साइकिल चला रही है।
पिछले साल हम बालाजी की राइड किए और इस साल 1500 किलोमीटर चला के।
नहीं, साइकिल आप चला रहे हैं सेहत के लिए, लेकिन उसी सेहत के लिए बहुत बड़ा खतरा है ये पोल्यूशन। आप जो एक्सपर्ट हैं वो तमाम लोग सलाह देते हैं कि बाहर ना निकलें। आप साइकिल तो बेशक सेहत के लिए चला रहे हैं, लेकिन जितना सेहत के बचाव के लिए काम कर रहे हैं उतना ही सेहत खराब हो रही है बाहर।
नहीं, वो तो है, लेकिन साइकिल चलाना हमारा रोज का ही है, मकसद है।
अच्छा, आप लोग अलग अलग काम
साइकिल चलाते हैं ना, तो साइकिल के वजह से हमको प्रदूषण का ज्यादा प्रभाव हम पर नहीं पड़ता है।
अच्छा,
क्योंकि हमारा ताकत बढ़ गया है।
हाँ।
साइकिल चलाने।
बेशक साइकिल चलाना अच्छी बात है, लेकिन मेरा दरअसल सवाल ये है कि साइकिल तो आप अपने कहीं की सेहत के ध्यान में रखते हुए चला रहे हैं, लेकिन उसी सेहत पे कहें कि कितना बड़ा खतरा है ये प्रदूषण, उसके बारे में बताइए, उसके विषय में बताइए।
अभी ये हुआ ही कि इसमें से ये जो प्रदूषण हो रहा है ना, इसमें से जो छोटे बच्चे उनके ऊपर ज़्यादा इसका इम्पैक्ट हो रहा है। जैसे कि आप देखें कि अभी दिल्ली में, हम महाराष्ट्र से दिल्ली आ गए, महाराष्ट्र में कम था। हम मानते हैं कि मुंबई पुणे में ज़्यादा हो सकता है, लेकिन जो हम एरिया में रहते हैं, विलेजेस में रहते हैं, वहाँ पे प्रदूषण कम है। और यहाँ पे आने के बाद हमें पता चला कि दिल्ली में इतना प्रदूषण होता है। फर्स्ट
राजनीति भी हो रही है, जो बीजेपी और आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार हैं वो एक दूसरे पर आरोप प्रत्यारोप कर रही हैं और एक दूसरे को जिम्मेदार ठहरा रही हैं। आपको क्या लगता है, क्या ये सही है? राजनीति होनी चाहिए प्रदूषण की, कम से कम ऐसी समस्या जिससे कहें कि अब पॉलिटिशियंस भी प्रभावित हैं, उन लोगों के परिवार और वो लोग भी प्रभावित हो रहे हैं। आपको लगता है कि राजनीति ठीक है?
नहीं, राजनीति इस मैटर में ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि हम सब लोगों को एक साथ।
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. At the top of noon, we track all the developments coming in from the Supreme Court of India, which has come down heavily on the 5 state governments which were before it. This concerns the hazardous levels of pollution here in the national capital. Let's cut across to the latest news coming in from the apex court of the country. The top court breathes fire over the deteriorating air quality in Delhi. The top court has observed that Delhi can't be made to go through this each time. This as the number of children going through health issues has only risen. The Supreme Court has also observed that Delhi used to blame farm fires in the state of Punjab for pollution, and now it's the same political party which is ruling the state right now. They blame Haryana. Stubble burning must stop. That's what the Supreme Court has reiterated. If you look at the pollution menace in the last 5 to 6 years and how this crisis has been tackled, Supreme Court and the National Green Tribunal have been at the forefront of tackling pollution. The graded response action plan that you have today in place is not something that the government came on its own. It was in fact EPCA, the Environment Protection Control Authority set up by the Supreme Court of India in the case of MC Mehta, that came up with these solutions. And now once again Supreme Court pulling up the government's asking them for medium to long term solution. Let's cut across to Ananya, who is with us on the broadcast. Ananya, first what the Supreme Court said, and secondly what were the arguments of states like Punjab and Haryana?
Well, definitely, it was, in fact, the bench headed by Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul, which is still hearing this particular matter with regards to the pollution menace in the National Capital Territory of Delhi. We see how the air has turned out in the state of Delhi, and in fact, Justice Kaul was very, very stern that, all of this has to stop. Children in Delhi are facing health hazard due to pollution, and that's exactly why the neighbouring states too should come in and weigh in. And in fact, he also said to the Punjab government that now they are in the same political dispensation as that of the Delhi government. Both are ruled by the Aam Aadmi Party, and that's where both these governments should sit together and work out a solution for it. In fact, he also told the central government to suggest for giving MSP on other crops so that an alternative crop can be used, so that farm fires and stubble burning can actually be stopped in these states which affect the pollution level in fact the National Capital Territory of Delhi. But not only this, not only the farm fires are the result of the hazardous air quality in the national capital, but also with regards to vehicle pollution. The court was very, very stern with the Delhi government that there are n number of yellow plated cars, that is the taxis that are ploughing in the National Capital Territory. Some are registered in UP, some in Haryana, some in the national capital itself, and there should be a mechanism wherein the entry of vehicles should be regulated in the National Capital Territory of Delhi. And in fact, not only the court was stern on the taxis, but also with regards to the buses the Delhi government runs, the DTC buses that are there in the national capital are mostly half full and are contributing to the pollution in the national capital, is what Justice Kaul had to say. In fact, the Punjab Advocate General who was appearing before the Supreme Court of India was very, very fair in saying that, Punjab is the major contributor and it is ready to take all kind of steps when it comes to, controlling the pollution menace in the National Capital Territory of Delhi.
All
So
right.
the hearing still continues before the topmost court of the country. Whether we see some directions from the Supreme Court or not is something that we'll have to wait and watch for at this point of time.
MC Mehta
Anusha.
versus Union of India, the landmark case, like many other cases in the country, which has led to a series of orders coming in from the Supreme Court of India. The ban on the entry of trucks here in the national capital, or various other measures that have been devised, the graded response action plan. On many occasions, the Supreme Court had to shy the governments to sit together on a table. The court also saying that this committee culture must go. Each time there is a problem, there is a committee which is set up, but there is no medium to long-term solution, a permanent one of some nature, a progressive one which is offered to the citizens, not just here in Delhi, but in the north of the country. Various parts of Uttar Pradesh, Punjab and Haryana continue to face the pollution crisis. And the state of Punjab, Ananya, has to be fair. It's ruled right now by the same party as here in Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party. Any observations coming in as far as state of Haryana is concerned? Has Haryana made its submission so far?
Well, Haryana has said that, it is also taking all kinds of measures in order to, go ahead to stop this particular problem. In fact, the state of Rajasthan also has stated that though, in fact, it does not have a particular border that comes in, the air travels through Haryana here in the national capital whenever there is something in Rajasthan. Very, very categorically they have stated that, all kinds of measures are being taken place, though stubble burning is not much of a problem in the state of Rajasthan, but still they are ready to cooperate and take all steps in this particular regard. Very, very categorically the Supreme Court is still hearing. We'll have to wait for some observations coming in from the bench headed by Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul, but at this point of time, very, very categorically the Supreme Court is very, very stern on the vehicular pollution in the National Capital Territory, asking for an entry of vehicles to be regulated by the Delhi government and the centre's cooperation also being sought, wherein alternative mechanism has to be suggested to the farmers to grow alternative crops instead of paddy, which is the major cause of problem in the state of Punjab. In fact, the Punjab government very, very categorically saying that, paddy was never a crop that was grown in Punjab. It was brought in the Green Revolution, and that's exactly one of the major issues when it comes to stubble burning, and there has to be an alternative mechanism that has to be given out to the farmers of Punjab so that they can have a well-being, and the problem of pollution can also be controlled in fact the state in the National Capital Territory of Delhi.
One wonders what the elected governments are doing. Judiciary has been at the forefront. Judiciary has been criticized multiple times for encroaching upon the domain of the legislature, but various state governments have failed to come together on the table and come up with some kind of a long-term solution. Air pollution does not look at the boundaries of Delhi, UP, Punjab and Haryana. It's a problem across the country, especially in the north of the country. There was a time when 3 toddlers had to move the Supreme Court of India seeking their right to breathe. And that's how we got a ban on firecrackers here in the national capital. The entire concept of green crackers, the entire concept of a graded response action plan, and how various state pollution control board, central pollution control board ought to act. All of that has come in from judiciary, and it's the judiciary which has forced the bureaucracy and the government to sit together. And it seems like that once again, that's going to be the scenario. My colleague Anshul is also joining us live. Anshul has been reporting from different locations here in the national capital. Anshul, it was a hazy morning. The visibility compared to the past 2 days is relatively better, but the pollution levels, there is no respite.
So yes, the pollution levels in the national capital still continue to remain above the 400 mark, which means that it is still in the severe category. Now it is the 5th straight day that the AQI in the national capital has remained in the severe category, and hence it is becoming a very, very tough thing for the people of the national capital to just breathe, because what the doctors are saying at this point in time, that this air that we are breathing is very, very hazardous to our health, and some of the doctors even believe that there is a direct connection to the air that we are breathing to dangerous diseases such as to the extent of cancer as well. Yeah. So yes, a lot of questions have already been raised on the ability of the Delhi government and the Delhi administration and even the central government to make sure that the air quality in the national capital is improved year on year. But yes, what we have seen that even last year the AQI remained approximately in the same category as it is this year as well. So there has has been very little to no improvement in the AQI that we have seen that engulfs the national capital year in and year out. But this time around, the government is taking the steps that it has been taking from previous years as well. But yes, there is very little improvement that can be seen on the ground, and hence we are seeing that the schools are closed this year as well. In fact, the odd even rule is also going to be implemented. But how much will that actually go ahead and affect the AQI in the national capital? That is still a big question mark, because if you see, even if the odd and even rule is implied in the national capital, even after that, we have seen that the GRAP 3 and GRAP 4 measures were already applied to the national capital, which meant that vehicles which were plying on the roads of the national capital, be it BS3, BS4 vehicles or DS vehicles of any diesel vehicles of any kind, they were already banned. So yes, the number of vehicles that might come down, that might get away from the streets, is still a very low number, and hence it might not affect the AQI out here in the national capital. So yes, it remains to be seen as to what new steps can the government take. At this point in time, a very crucial hearing is also going on in the Supreme Court, and we are now dependent upon the Supreme Court to show the government some way as to how they can go ahead and finally tackle this menace of pollution that happens in the national capital year in and year out.
Well, unfortunately, the task of implementing the court orders, even if it's in the domain of the, some orders which were ideally in the domain of the executive, if those orders have been given by the judiciary, it's still the government, the bureaucracy and the elected governments of the day who have to implement these orders. Policy is the domain of the elected government. They must do their task. The judiciary can reprimand them, but they cannot do the job of the elected governments. We'll continue tracking this hearing at the Supreme Court right now. Cutting across to some ground reports.
With pollution levels lingering in the severe category, Delhi is struggling for fresh air. I'm standing at Kartavya Path, and behind me is the iconic India Gate. This spot has become a prominent spot to check the visibility, and as of today, we have a better visibility. You can see India Gate in the backdrop, where you are able to see India Gate from 200 meters, but on the other side, we have Rashtrapati Bhavan. In fact, this is the Kartavya Path, and in fact, you can get an idea of the visibility that Rashtrapati Bhavan, which in general days is visible from this particular spot, is invisible today. And in fact, when we talk about the conditions in the national capital, so we know that how the fourth level of graded response action plan has been invoked. Several sort of measures, several sort of steps have been taken by the state governments. In fact, schools have been shut.
Listen into this conversation with former director of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Dr. Randeep Guleria, in conversation with Zakir Jacob.
First things first, we've all seen the pollution levels in Delhi. The AQI is above 400 in most places, about 500 in some places as well. As citizens of Delhi, and I want to particularly talk about the vulnerable folks, whether they are elderly citizens, whether they are young people who have respiratory conditions, asthmatic, what is it that they can do as individuals to try and better protect themselves, to try and build immunity, to try and ensure that they can sustain themselves through this 2-3 week period that we see every year when Delhi's pollution hits the peak levels?
So I would say there are two things that we can do. One is from our own responsibility as responsible citizens to try and decrease the carbon footprint or the pollution that we are causing. So try and sort of avoid using a lot of vehicular traffic, use public transport if possible, do carpooling and activities like that, walk up to the market rather than taking your own vehicle. So that is one activity that one can do in terms of his or her own contribution to decreasing the levels of pollution. I know it's a small thing, but it may make a big difference if everyone does that. Secondly, to protect yourself, especially the vulnerable population, those who are the elderly, the young children, and those who have chronic conditions like chronic respiratory conditions, chronic heart conditions, I would really say that if the AQI is in the severe range, or if it's anywhere above 200, it's better if you avoid going out, stay indoor. If you do have to go out and because of necessity, then try and do it when the sun is out during the midday, when pollution levels may be a little less, and it would be worthwhile to wear a mask because that may give you some protection. Also, don't exercise outside, because if you're exercising in an environment where pollution levels are high, when your respiratory rate goes up, your breathing becomes more rapid, you will tend to inhale more of the pollutants, and that may cause worsening of your respiratory problems. Those who have underlying respiratory or heart condition, if they have any problem, they should consult their doctor immediately so that their medicines can be modified, increased, so that they don't land up in the emergency subsequently during the next few days.
Doctor, is it also true, and I want to know if you've seen any anecdotal evidence in the patients that you're seeing in OPDs, etc., that since COVID happened and now there is the pollution problem as well, the immunity levels and the response mechanism of the human body is also a little different from what it was pre-COVID. Are you seeing people having to deal with respiratory problems, the intensity of those problems, the length of time it takes to cure those problems are far longer now than it was pre-COVID? Is there any anecdotal sort of evidence that you can share with us from what you're seeing amongst your patients?
During the COVID pandemic, both from Italy, where the initial part of the pandemic went, and now more recently from New York City, which clearly shows that when you have high levels of air pollution, respiratory infections tend to be more severe.
Well, cutting across to some latest news coming in, and this is coming in from the Supreme Court of India, where the court is in the process of dictating its order. Now, the court goes on to say that the blame game between Delhi and centre, that must stop. Centre has said to Punjab that, the blame game must stop. Justice Kaul is reading out this order. He's putting out this order. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta and his submissions have also been recorded by the court, where the court goes on to record that there was a suggestion that was made by the Delhi government that PUSA, that scientific institute, had developed a spray that could turn stubble into fertilizers, but that results didn't come. And there's some kind of accountability is being sought as to what happened to that particular solution that was being spoken of, because now Punjab is governed by the Aam Aadmi Party. Ananya is with us on the broadcast. As the court is in the process of dictating the order, we'll hold our horses on the final word coming in from the apex court as far as this order is concerned. But Ananya, the key takeaways from the hearing and the order dictation so far. Am I audible to you, Ananya? Can you hear me? All right, we'll just try and connect with Ananya and get more details on this entire story. But that's the bit of news which is coming in right now. I'm just going to put it into context for our viewers. What exactly is happening at the Supreme Court of India? What is it that the court can do? Let's begin from 2015. Right from that time, there were multiple petitions, and MC Mehta versus Union of India has been an ongoing case at the Supreme Court of India when it comes to air pollution. There are various litigations pertaining to pollution that have happened through a public interest litigation in the Supreme Court. This particular case is particularly about the air pollution levels. Two cases that need to be seen, need to be spoken of because they led to landmark orders coming in from the top court of the country. One is a petition when the three toddlers moved the Supreme Court of India by their parents, and they argued that firecrackers need to be banned. There were also exhaustive measures that were given out by the Supreme Court, including setting up of EPCA and the graded response action plan, which is devised so far. What the Supreme Court says today, why its order is going to be critical, it's in the process of dictating its order. Ananya, I believe, is back with us on the broadcast. Ananya, what more do we know? The court is dictating the order, so the key takeaways so far.
The court is still in the process of dictating the order, Nusha, and very, very categorically, two major points have been, taken care of by the Supreme Court. One is with regards to suggesting of an alternative prop. The centre has been asked to do so. In fact, alternative mechanism also has to be developed. Is what, in fact, the Justice Kaul had to say. Instead of burning of those crops, what else can be done with them is something that the Supreme Court has asked the centre, Punjab, and the Delhi government to actually go into and see. And the 25% of the same would be borne by the Delhi government, the other 25% by the Punjab government, since they are in the same political dispensation, and the other 50% by the central government, is what the Supreme Court has been saying to all of these governments. Now, another aspect that the Supreme Court is very, very clear and categorical on is that the blame game that is happening between these three states, that is the centre, the the Delhi government, and also in fact the Punjab government has to stop at some point of time, is what the Supreme Court had said. Justice called very clear that something has to be done on the ground instead of these blame games taking place when it comes to the pollution menace in the national capital territory of Delhi. The Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, who's appearing for the central government, has said that the Delhi government, and in fact the topmost people, including the Chief Minister in the Delhi government, has suggested last year that there is some formula that has been developed by the Delhi government, which in coordination with some scientific authorities, that when sprayed on a stubble can convert it into a fertilizer. And why is the same not being used? Following which these comments were made by the Supreme Court with regards to the blame game being shifted by one state to another and one government to another. So he said that very categorically it has to be stopped, and alternative mechanism has to be drawn in order to control the pollution menace by actually coming down on the stubble burning incidents in the neighboring states of the national capital.
As I go through what transpired in the court today, Ananya, and we'll wait for the final orders to come out, but one of the key methods and mechanisms by which the Supreme Court decides if there are further orders that need to be passed is if there are suggestions made. Was there any expert body so far which was part of this hearing at the Supreme Court? EPCA, of course, was formulated at the directions of the Supreme Court of India. A special body was set up. The Central Pollution Control Board, the State Pollution Control Board, all of them were taken into confidence. Their suggestions were heard. Right now, the governments can come and defend and explain what they are doing. But when it comes to constructive steps, it's only an expert body that can suggest something. Were they heard during the hearing?
Well, yes, definitely. The amicus curiae, Ms. Aprajita Singh, was also there in this particular matter, who was briefing as to what studies have been conducted not only by IIT Kanpur but also what the CAQM is also doing in this particular regard. In fact, the Punjab AG also suggested of this mechanism which we were talking about with regards to alternative crops being grown in the state of Punjab in order to control this particular. Another issue that was highlighted in this particular case was that illegal, trafficking of these paddy crops take place. The paddy which is grown in neighboring states is brought into the state of Punjab, and the MSP prices are sought, which is basically illegal in nature, and that's exactly has to be stopped. In fact, the Supreme Court is very stern and has asked the Punjab government that their SHOs should act on any kind of a stubble burning incidents, and if at all that does not happen, this particular SHO, the station house officer, shall be held responsible coming today. Very categorical stern directions coming in from the Supreme Court. Whether or not some other measures are suggested or not is something that is only the time can tell, and we'll have to wait for the hearing in this matter to particularly end.
Well, everybody is miffed, so is the Supreme Court of India. At the end of the day, all of us are breathing into this toxic haze and, consuming it, becoming vulnerable to many diseases and respiratory disorders that the experts are talking about. The political blame game continues, and we hope it stops, like the Supreme Court is hoping. Some latest news which is coming in. Amit Malviya has put out a statement on social media. He has slammed Arvind Kejriwal after the Supreme Court observation. He says, and I'm quoting right now, will he now stop blaming everyone under the sun? Clearly, the manner in which the Aam Aadmi Party had gone to town and said that Punjab is to be blamed for it, and now they are the ruling party in the state of Punjab, yet the farm fires have only gone up. Mr. Amit Malviya is joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Malviya, good afternoon. Thank you so much for speaking with us. The Supreme Court is also miffed with the blame game that has been going on.
Look, the fact is that the problem in Delhi and whole of NCR is the doing of Punjab government. Several evidences and pictures from satellites have shown that farm fires are raging in Punjab. They are 700% more than what they were last time, and it continues unabated. There are visuals of farmers putting to light their stubble. Now, all of this has happened because the Punjab government has failed to incentivize the farmers to do the right thing. They've also failed to bring them an alternate plan for crop rotation to ensure how the stubble of the paddy can be utilized for other things. And this was after being in power in Punjab for 1.5 years. Last year, when the Aam Aadmi Party won a mandate there, they said it's just been 6 months and they need another year to fix it. But a year and a half later, they have actually done nothing. The farmers have not been incentivized. How do you expect them to change their cropping pattern? How do you expect them to, dispose of the stubble, which is much required if they have to use their fields again? And Arvind Kejriwal is the man responsible for all of this because he's the one who went to town giving solutions when they were out of power. And the moment they got in power, he just forgot everything about what they're expected to do. So if Delhi today is choking, so is NCR, parts of Haryana, Uttar Pradesh. In fact, most of North India, it is Arvind Kejriwal's doing and no one else. This is a resounding slap on his face by the Supreme Court. And if he still does not wake up and stop blaming everyone else other than his party and Bhagwant Mann, who's the Chief Minister of Punjab, at least on paper, then God save us. I mean, we are inhaling poisonous air. The AQI in Delhi is 999 when the acceptable limit is just 30.
And there are parts where you said the AQI could not be measured because it crossed 999. Thank you, Mr. Malviya, for joining us on the broadcast. Thank you for sharing your views. We'll continue tracking this story as far as this order from the Supreme Court is concerned. All eyes on the apex court of the country, whether it goes ahead and passes certain order or a new set of directions. So far, the graded response action plan or the GRAP measures that you talk about, level 1, 2, 3, and the fourth one is in force right now. It is the doing of the Supreme Court of India, which was proactive in ensuring that a specialized body is set up and that body enlists the graded response action plan that can come into effect each time the pollution levels go up. Whether it's the State Pollution Control Board, the Central Pollution Control Board, the state governments, all of them were brought on a table by the apex court of the country. The final order awaited as far as today's hearing is concerned. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2023. And the nominees for the sports category are Sunil Chhetri, Shubman Gill, Nikhat Zareen, Satwik and Chirag, Neeraj Chopra. Vote now on www.indianoftheyear.com and choose the Indians conquering the world.
करना चाहिए। अगर हम एक दूसरे को कोसते रहेंगे और एक दूसरे के ऊपर ये जिम्मेदारियां डालते रहेंगे तो ये कभी ठीक नहीं होगा। अगर ये सरकार बोल रही है, अगर बीजेपी वाले आम आदमी को बोल रहे हैं और आम आदमी वाले बीजेपी को बोल रहे हैं ना, तो ये सोल्यूशन कभी नहीं निकलेगा। हम हर एक को एक साथ खड़े रह के हमें ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना।
With pollution levels lingering in the severe category, Delhi is struggling for fresh air. I am standing at Kartavya Path and behind me is the iconic India Gate. This spot has become a prominent spot to check the visibility, and as of today we have a better visibility. You can see India Gate in the backdrop where you are able to see India Gate from 200 meters, but on the other side we have Rashtrapati Bhavan. In fact, this is the Kartavya Path, and in fact you can get an idea of the visibility that Rashtrapati Bhavan, which in general days is visible from this particular spot, is invisible today. And in fact, when we talk about the conditions in the national capital, so we know that how the fourth level of graded response action plan has been invoked. Several sort of measures, several sort of steps have been taken by the state governments. In fact, schools have been shut and all other things. In fact, yesterday, Environment Minister of Delhi announced that how Delhi is going to implement odd and even scheme for the vehicles here. After that, a lot of deliberation is onto the fact that how there are several factors that are contributing to the pollution levels in the national capital. Once again, if I can show you the view, there you see people have come here for the morning walk, in fact for the cycling, but as of now, because of the pollution problem, in fact, experts say that this condition is very dangerous, very harmful for not only those who have some sort of respiratory disease or respiratory problem, but also for those who are healthy people. As of now, everyone is looking forward to all these steps taken by the government, because people here in the national capital are waiting for some sort of relief, that they are looking forward to government that they will take some sort of step, and after that Delhi will get some sort of relief from this particular pollution problem. I'm joined by a group here at India Gate who has come a long way from Pune to Delhi. आप लोग मुझे बताइए, साइकिल से आए हैं पुणे से दिल्ली तक, और दिल्ली में तो प्रदूषण है, तो किस तरह से अब आगे देख रहे हैं और क्या कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इस पूरे कहें कि जो कंडीशन बन गई राजधानी की?
इधर तो हवा बहुत खराब है, हमारे उधर महाराष्ट्र में पोल्यूशन नहीं इतना बहुत ज़्यादा है
महाराष्ट्र, लेकिन अभी तो महाराष्ट्र में भी एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स बढ़ने लग गया है।
हमारे उधर अच्छा है, इससे
बेटर है।
इससे बेटर।
क्या आपको लगता है कौन जिम्मेदार है इस समस्या के लिए, इस परेशानी के लिए कौन जिम्मेदार है? सरकारों की जिम्मेदारी है या फिर ये लोग जिम्मेदार है?
नहीं सर जी।
हाँ, कौन जिम्मेदार?
इसके लिए किसी एक को जिम्मेदार नहीं ठहरा सकते, इंडस्ट्री तो है ही, लेकिन हम आम लोग भी इसमें जिम्मेदार है। जैसे कि हम गाड़ियाँ ले रहे, गाड़ियाँ भगा रहे रोड के ऊपर, थोड़ा भी अगर चलना होगा तो हम गाड़ी लेके चलते हैं। इससे अच्छा है हम थोड़ा सा साइकिल का भी उपयोग करें, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी पिछले 4 साल से कर रहे हैं। कोरोना में जब फर्स्ट लॉकडाउन हुआ था उस टाइम पे हमने साइकिल चालू की थी, लेकिन कोरोना में जितने भी बीमारियां हो गई उसमें हम में से कोई 10-12 लोग हैं, इसमें से कोई भी इतना बीमार नहीं हुआ उसके बाद, और तब से हमने जो साइकिल चालू की, अभी 4 साल से पिछले साइकिल चला रही है।
पिछले साल हम बालाजी की राइड किए और इस साल 1500 किलोमीटर चला के।
नहीं, साइकिल आप चला रहे हैं सेहत के लिए, लेकिन उसी सेहत के लिए बहुत बड़ा खतरा है ये पोल्यूशन। आप जो एक्सपर्ट हैं वो तमाम लोग सलाह देते हैं कि बाहर ना निकलें। आप साइकिल तो बेशक सेहत के लिए चला रहे हैं, लेकिन जितना सेहत के बचाव के लिए काम कर रहे हैं उतना ही सेहत खराब हो रही है बाहर।
नहीं, वो तो है, लेकिन साइकिल।
Well, let's cut across to some latest news coming in, and this is coming in from Chhattisgarh. Naxals fire earlier today at the outer security cordon of a polling booth in Konta in Sukma. The firing stopped after the DRG retaliated. Sukma, of course, is one of the worst affected areas when it comes to the issue of naxalism. This is one of the areas which has been identified as one of the most sensitive regions, one of the most sensitive areas. There are multiple polling booths which have a multi-layered security. And there's an incident which is being reported where Naxals fired at the outer security cordon of a polling booth in Konta and Sukma. The firing stopped after DRG retaliated. This is the third such incident since morning that we are reporting. 2 minor IED blasts have been reported already, in which the security personnel have sustained minor injuries. Fortunately, no major attack of this nature has been reported, and the security forces have been successful so far in conducting the elections in a free, fair and a secure manner as far as the region, the Naxal-infested region is concerned. The reason why the elections of Chhattisgarh or the polling in Chhattisgarh was divided into 2 phases is primarily because of the Naxal issue. There is heavy security deployment which is required. These particular constituencies, about 20 of them, require special attention and focus, and there is a multi-layered security which is put in place. About 120 polling booths have been put in place, and these are polling booths in certain villages which have been put in for the first time. These villages were earlier reporting, but they were voting, but they were not really voting from the booths in their villages. This is the consolidation of democracy in the red corridor in different regions in which the government has been successful in eliminating the Naxal threat. The threat perception still exists if you talk about 2 areas, especially Sukma, where the threat perception has been high. But the firing in this case at least has stopped after the DRG retaliated. So no major incident has been reported so far. The polling is underway right now. The numbers looked upbeat when we took that update from Arunima. But let's talk about this firing incident. Arunima with us on the broadcast. Arunima, tell us more.
So we're on the road that is leading to Sukma, and entire route we've seen security being tightened. That's because there have been attempts made by Naxals in Sukma and Konta. Probing fire is what ground officials are calling it. Essentially what happened was BGL, which is gun-based grenade launchers, were used by Naxals in Konta in 2 polling booth areas. 195 is the polling booth number that we are given. In that particular area there was first probing fire, then grenades were lobbed. DRG which was posted on ground retaliated, and subsequently after 10 minutes of firing from both sides, it seems the Naxals withdrew, but they are trying to make repeated attempts in Sukma, in Narayanpur, in Kanker to make their presence felt. So far the security grid is not too perturbed because they feel that since no major incident has happened, it looks like Naxals are only being very desperate to make their presence felt, but there's still about 2.5 hours to go before polling here ends. The next 2.5 hours will be challenging both in terms of pushing up the numbers. 20% is what we were told around 11 a.m. And 3 p.m. is when voting ends here. There's a booth behind me, and there are a number of people who are parked there, some waiting in queue, and security personnel also keeping an eye. And plus this entire road has also been sanitized. So we will come back to you as to what extra steps are being taken. But like I said, for now, it looks like Naxals are trying to make their presence felt, but people are enthusiastic enough to keep that aside and come out and vote.
Keep that aside, come out and vote. That's the sentiment that has resonated in the reports that have been put out, my colleagues. Arunima, 2 minor IED blasts have been reported since morning, and now this firing incident. As you said, Naxals are trying to make their presence felt.
Multiple incidents, in the next half an hour or 45 minutes itself. Yes, there was an incident in Sukma this morning in which a CRPF Jawan got injured. Then there was firing in Kanker. Now this new incident in Sukma where BGLs were used by Naxals. Probing fire is what is being called. So that was incident number 3. There has been an incident of firing reported from Narayanpur also, and one minor incident in Kanker. So total of 5 is what we are told throughout Bastar. This is Palnar area of Dantewada. This is deep inside what was earlier Naxal territory. This is an area where last elections, one of the panchayat workers, one of the members of the political establishment here got murdered. His throat was slit. So this is as deep as you can go as far as Naxal territory is concerned. But they have been pushed out of this area, and that's why you see people here all around me. They are coming out enthusiastically. That polling booth also behind me has a number of people waiting there. So these pictures tell you the story of how the war against CPI Maoist is being won, not just by force, but also by ideology, by convincing people that democracy and development will change their life, not the language of guns and grenades.
Not the language of guns and grenades. Stay safe, Arunima, as you report from Ground Zero. We'll continue coming back to you and get more details on this entire story. Right now, cutting across to that order of the Supreme Court of India, where they were hearing the matter concerning the air pollution here in the national capital and in the north of the country. The Supreme Court has reiterated and directed the state government of Punjab, Haryana and Rajasthan, including UP and Delhi, to ensure that crop burning or stubble burning is stopped. Local SHO has been made responsible to ensure that the orders are implemented. Under the supervision of the Chief Secretary, SHOs have been made accountable. This is a reiteration of the earlier directions of the Supreme Court of India. This is not a new order per se. Stubble burning is something which is already banned by the orders of the Supreme Court of the country. There are multiple executive orders by the various state governments that have been put in place in compliance of the orders of the Supreme Court. There are also executive orders for fining the farmers who indulge into stubble burning, but of no avail, of no relief. Keeping in mind that the farmers argue they don't have a real alternative in hand when it comes to stubble, and they are forced to burn the residue. Ananya with us on the broadcast. Ananya, the reiteration of the earlier position, stop stubble burning.
Of district action has to be taken by the Punjab government and also the neighboring states. Now,